Hello?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Hello? Oh, here. Hello?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. How are you?
Good. Are you comfortable with all the controls and everything that you got in front of you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So if, like I said, you run into any issues with your sharing, screen share, or anything of the like, in fact, I can allow you to try and screen share real briefly if you need.
That would be wonderful. Could we try it really quick and then?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. So it says host disable participant screen sharing.
Oh, I thought I'd given you all the rights.
Okay, I'm glad we practiced.
Yes. Go ahead and try now, Megan.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. It's good. So when we are up and it's our turn, we'll just say screen share and it should let us right in.
Yep. You, as you know, as a panelist, you should be able to share so that we don't have to do a back and forth for your item.
Okay. Okay. So as soon as you turn it over to us, we push share screen and then we're good to go. And yeah, I think it's good. I think we're all set.
All right. Well, then until then, we'll just keep you muted and then you'll be called upon whenever we get to your agenda item. Okay.
Okay. So if we stay muted right now, I'll still stop sharing right now.
Yep. Go ahead and stop sharing and I can even kick you off too.
Perfect. And I'll mute.
Yep.
Okay. And if I mute this one, we won't have feedback with our other one. I don't think. I think we're good. Okay.
Yeah. And if you're concerned at all about feedback because you have two devices going, Megan, then what I'd recommend is that you just disable or leave the audio on one of your devices, whatever one won't need its mic.
Okay. Sounds great.
So that's that little mic mute button down in the corner. If you click the little caret on that button, it should give you the option to leave the audio on whatever it is you're using. And
leave computer audio. So you see that, like if there's feedback problems, we'll just do that. Okay, I think we got it.
All right, perfect. Well,
okay.
Good luck and we'll see you soon.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
What type of problems?
You just mute the microphone.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Helena City Commission meeting, November 22nd, 2021, 6 p.m. This meeting is called to order. Welcome and thank you for participating in the City of Helena City Commission meeting. We are pleased to be able to provide this alternative meeting format in the city's effort to broaden public participation. Please be patient as we may experience technical difficulties during the meeting. We welcome your public commentary. Please read the following tips and guidelines for the app usage and your participation. Madam Clerk, would you put the flag up, please? Would you rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Good evening. In order to maintain decorum, I will ask you to abide by a few meeting guidelines regarding public comment procedures and conduct for tonight's meeting. We understand this topic is emotional for many. However, I ask you to be respectful of the commission, the panelists, and all participants. Any use of profanity or hostile language is unacceptable. You will be asked to refrain from using such language or you will be removed from the webinar. Further, I ask you to be respectful of the many who wish to speak on this topic. Please keep your comments brief. I will accept longer comments from groups who like to submit group statements. However, I ask most comments be no more than 2 to 3 minutes to give everyone who wishes an opportunity to speak. You may ask questions during a public comment period. However, the intent of the public comment period is to provide comment on a specific item and not engage in back and forth. A commission member may take up your question and direct it to the city manager on the public's behalf. This is at the discretion of the commission. If you would like to provide public commentary, you may do so either by typing in the Q&A feature or by raising your hand. If you are participating by phone, you may raise your hand by pressing *9 and mute or unmute yourself by using *6. You will be called upon to speak by myself or the clerk of the commission. Finally, the written public comment received by the city prior to November 17th, 12 p.m. have been compiled and attached to a public meeting packet. If you have submitted a comment as part of this packet, in the interest of time, I ask you to please not read this repetitive comment tonight. You may, however, amend your comments previously submitted. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Helena City Commission. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll, please?
City Attorney Coate.
Here.
City Manager Harlow Shaw.
Here.
Commissioner Halliday.
Here.
Commissioner Dean.
Here.
Commissioner Logan.
Here.
Commissioner O'Loughlin. Here. Mayor Collins.
Here. Presentations. A, move for the Helena Public Arts to fund the printing of artwork installation for the west-facing window of J.E. Allen Livery Building in collaboration with the Rodney Street Project. Who's presenting this? Is there a representative from Helena's Public Arts Committee? Janie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Collins and members of the commission. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
My name is Jenny Stapp, and I am the current chair of the Helena Public Art Committee. And I'm joined by Amanda Reese, who is also a member of the committee and serves as an artist in resident on the Rodney Street Is project. We're very pleased to bring you this motion tonight. We've had some lengthy discussions about the benefits of the Rodney Street Is project. I'm sure you've seen some of the remarkable improvements that have gone on in that sector of Helena. And the Helena Public Art Committee is really proud to be a part of the ongoing improvements in that area. Amanda's going to share more details of the intended use of Helena Public Art funds to help to fund art installations on the west-facing windows of the J.E. Allen Livery Building. In the discussions of the Helena Public Art Committee, we're recommending that we expend $5,650 of our budget this fiscal year to support these art installations. Mayor Collins, I'd like to turn it over to Amanda Reese.
Amanda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So I wanted to give you a little bit of background about the Rodney Street Is project. It is an artist-led creative placemaking exploration of the unique and historic identity of Helena's Rodney Street neighborhood. It is a collaboration between the Myrna Loy, the City of Helena, community members, and individual artists. The artists in residence have explored many different ways to engage with our community and explore ways to make the Rodney Street neighborhood an even better place to live, work, and play for everyone. Projects have included visual storytelling with photographs and videos, community workshops, parklet prototyping, block parties, neighborhood walks, dumpster murals, window art installations, and public seating to add to the vibrancy and character of the area. One notable project has been the reimagining of the facade of the historic J.E. Allen Livery Building at 312 Breckenridge Street, which is owned by Lewis and Clark County. The building has served as the Lewis and Clark Commissioner's Garage since the 1920s and houses maintenance equipment, a welding shop, and courthouse and municipal storage. This particular project has been a unique opportunity to transform a forgotten facade of an important building into a piece of public art, while also working to preserve the historic charm and character of this neighborhood fixture. After completing the transformation of the south face of the building, the Rodney Street Is team has set their sights on turning the 29 windows covering the building into a public art gallery for everyone to enjoy. A call for artists was announced, and 7 artists were chosen to be commissioned by the Myrna Loy to display their artworks in the windows of the livery building. Artist Kelly Rathbone-Rebo was selected to create 15 watercolor portraits for the west face of the building. Each subject was chosen from a list of community-led nominations of modern-day residents who represent the spirit of the neighborhood's past, present, and future. Each watercolor will be scanned, printed on vinyl at a large scale, and installed in the windows of the livery building. The Helena Public Art Committee has the opportunity to collaborate with the Rodney Street Is team to provide financial support by using a portion of HPAC's annual budget towards the 15 vinyl printed window installations for the west side of the J.E. Allen Livery Building, as commissioned through the Myrna Loy. And at the beginning of this project, the Rodney Street Is team distributed about 700 surveys to the neighborhood community members to learn more about what respondents treasure about the area, as well as what could make it even better. And results from about 125 of those people found that many respondents treasured the history of the area, as well as preserving its unique charm. The Livery Building Window Project further complements both of these themes and adds to the identity of the Rodney Street neighborhood. This building has served as a vital resource for Lewis and Clark County's maintenance crew and storage for over 100 years. By reimagining the boarded windows of this historic county-owned building, we are making the building more accessible with public art. And so we have the unique opportunity today to support an incredibly meaningful public art project that celebrates the identity of this historic neighborhood. Thank you for your time, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Amanda. Comments or questions from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, I just have one question.
Please, go
What is
ahead.
the timeline for this project?
So I'm hoping that all of the portraits will be done here in the next few weeks, and I would love to have the windows installed by January 22nd. Of course, that's going to be weather dependent.
Great, thank you. Really exciting project.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the commission? Do we have any public comments? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, commissioners, I don't see any hands raised or any written public comment on this item.
Okay, at this time, do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I believe, and I think maybe the city manager can correct me, was this just an information item?
They're asking for us to approve funding.
Okay, well, I'm happy to move. I will move for the Public Art Committee to fund the printing of artwork installations for the west-facing windows of the J.E. Allen Livery Building in collaboration with the Rodney Street Is project.
Do we have
Second.
a second? It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Halliday.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean.
Aye.
Commissioner Logan. Commissioner Logan.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Loughlin. Aye. Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Proclamations, Small Business Saturday. Whereas the government of Helena, Montana celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 31.7 million small businesses in the United States. They represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees as they are responsible for 65.1% of net new jobs created from 2000 to 2019. And whereas small businesses employ 47.1% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, 88% of the U.S. consumers feel a personal commitment to support small businesses in the wake of the pandemic. And 92% of small business owners have pivoted the way they do business to stay open during the pandemic. And whereas 97% of small business Saturday shoppers recognize the impact they can make by shopping small, 85% of them also encourage friends and family to do so. Whereas 56% of shoppers reported they shop online with a small business on Small Business Saturday in 2020. And more than 50% of consumers who reported shopping small business endorse a local business on social media or shop at a local business because of social media recommendation. And whereas Helena, Montana supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups as well as public and private organizations across the country have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Whereas I urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. Now, therefore, I, Wilma Collins, Mayor of the City of Helena, do hereby proclaim November 27, 2021 as Small Business Saturday throughout the City of Helena, Montana. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Helena, Montana to be affixed on this 22nd day of November 2021. Wilma Collins, Mayor, Clerk of the Commission, Danae Claiborne. Do we have a representative of the Small Business Commission here present? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, unfortunately for both of the proclamations this evening, we were unable to get a local representative.
Thank you. The second proclamation we have tonight is for the nonprofits. City of Helena proclamation, whereas nonprofit organization enrich daily living for people of all walks of life in the greater Helena area. And whereas nonprofits help provide critical safety net support in health and human services as dramatically witnessed during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas nonprofits recruit, train, coordinate, and support volunteers to aid our neighbors in need, provide crisis relief, mentor youth, and address community needs. And whereas nonprofits bring us work of arts, music, ballet, theater, and countless other cultural experiences that entertain and inspire us. And whereas the role nonprofit play in providing fundamental amenities and enhancing the quality of life, strengthening the community vitality, which helps attract new businesses and retain existing ones. And whereas Montana Shares and the United Way of the Lewis and Clark area annually conduct workplace fundraising campaign that enable engaged and caring employees to provide financial support to more than 70 Helena-based nonprofit organizations. Now, therefore, I, Wilma Collins, Mayor of the City of Helena, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2021 as Supporting Nonprofits Month in the City of Helena, Montana, and encourage all who can to participate in this community-wide program that help fund nonprofit that advance the common good. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Helena, Montana to be affixed this 22nd day of November 2021. Wilma Collins, Mayor, Danae Claiborne, Clerk of the Commission. Consent agenda, claims. Manager Halshock.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commission. Mayor, I recommend you adopt on consent, request on consent a motion to approve the claims between September 27th of 2021 through October 29th of 2021 for checks numbered 184228 through 184964 for a total of $4,930,648.29. This covers the claims from the end of September through the end of October.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move approval of agenda item A or consent agenda item A claim.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Halliday,
Aye.
Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Loughlin. Aye. Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Do we have any communications proposals from the commissioners? Commissioner Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of things that I consider to be bookkeeping matters. And the first is about the first of the month, we were asked by the Goodhue family at 215 Alfalfa to reconsider the sewer connection request that they had, I believe it was on the 18th of October. And, I'd offer a motion, but I can't. According to the bylaws, two of the folks motion to reconsider. Two of the folks that voted on the prevailing side of that vote need to put forward that motion if we would reconsider that. So I guess I just want to throw that out there and see if the commission's interested in it.
Attorney Courts, then what would be the next step?
If a motion is proposed, Mr. Mayor, it would have to be seconded, like Commissioner Logan suggested, by one of the other commissioners who voted on the prevailing side. And then we would set it for a future agenda where you would actually discuss the item again.
Thank you. Do we know the votes?
Mr. Mayor, if I recall correctly, and somebody please correct me if I am wrong, but it was a 4-1 vote. I was the dissenting vote to not allow the connection to the sewer.
Just to correct, I believe it was a 3-2 vote, and Commissioner Logan, you and I were the dissenting votes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any seconds from the commissioners? I second it. Madam Clerk?
Actually, procedurally, it requires, and then, not to speak for Commissioner Dean, but it requires myself, Commissioner Dean, or you and me, Mr. Mayor, or you and Commissioner Dean, not Commissioner Logan. So 2 of us got to say yes tonight to even start the discussions. And historically, we've then drawn them out much longer than that.
Do we have any others? All right, I guess that fails.
Mr. Mayor, the second item being a request, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
A request by a Jewel Wellborn of an historical organization that has repeatedly requested to be heard about their proposal to remove and relocate the Confederate fountain. And I guess at this point, I'm just interested. So I guess at this point, it seems like there's enough interest in the commission to direct the manager to put it on a future agenda, or we can tell Ms. Wellborn that we're not interested. So I'm just trying to gauge the interest of the commission. Thank you.
Commissioners?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would say that I don't think that this, I respect her request to get on our agenda, but seeing as that she's not a constituent of the city or even a member of the state of Montana, and we have a whole lot on our plate in terms of priorities that we need to be addressing as a city. I think this meeting, we all know it will likely be a long one. I don't think that this is something that, our meeting time is extremely valuable, and I don't necessarily think that that's a priority that we need to be spending meeting time on.
Thank you. Any others?
Yeah, Mayor, I would agree with Commissioner Dean. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would concur as well, Mr. Mayor. We receive requests from outside entities, including folks in Helena all the time, who ask for us to discuss things or endorse things. And I don't know why this request for a monument to white supremacy garners even a discussion of this.
Thank you. All right. Are you done, Commissioner?
Yes,
Logan?
thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Report of the city attorney.
Nothing to report this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Just a couple of quick items as we move on to a busy agenda tonight. Just a reminder that Friday night is the Parade of Lights from 6 to 7:30 p.m. and the lighting in the fire tower has been moved to 7:30, between 7 and 7:30. Also, that there will be free parking during the holidays on specific dates. That's free parking in our lots and on the streets for this Thursday and Friday, the 25th and 26th. Then December 23rd and 24th, and then finally December 31st. And then last on Friday, all city offices will be closed. The transfer station will be reopened on Friday morning to its normal hours. If you have any questions of me, I'll certainly answer them now, but otherwise, that's my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Comments or questions for the city manager? Thank you, Madam Manager. Communications from Helena Citizens Council. Representative Wilson. Is Representative Wilson present, Madam Clerk?
I believe so, Mr. Mayor. I've got to find her in the attendees if you'll give me just a moment.
You bet.
You have your mic, Ms. Wilson.
Okay, thank you, not Senator, Mayor Collins and the city committee. A little nervous there. I just wanted to thank you for your time, and what we're working on right now as a group is how to better reach the people in our district so that when we make recommendations, we are confident that it's coming straight from the people in our district. So we have a proposed outreach plan that we would consider once we take up new business in January. We're not having any meetings in December, but January 26th will be the swearing in of all the new people at the Civic Center at 7 p.m. if anyone's interested in watching that. And we're also in the process of electing new officers for the new year. So that's where we're at right now. And we appreciate you giving us voice at the meetings and look forward to the continuing of the relationship. Thank you.
We have any comments or questions for Representative Wilson? Thank you. You bet. Regular items. To move or deny to approve a resolution of intention to annex into the City of Helena property described as Track A on the certificate of survey filed as document number 3360858 and all of blocks 4, 5, 6, and 9 of the Highland Park subdivision, Lewis and Clark County, Montana, and the rights of way adjacent to the property and established conditions for annexation. Manager Hollishaw, Community Developer Director Hagen, and Planner 2, Michael McConnell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, this is the intention to annex in what is being referred to as the West Side Development. And in quick summary, you'll see additionally items on the agenda this evening. I'm going to turn it over to Planner Michael McConnell, as well as our Community Development Director, Sharon Haugen. If you have any further questions, both myself and Assistant City Attorney Coate are available to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Hollishaw. You have the floor, Planner McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Michael McConnell, as you said. This is the agenda item for the West Side annexation. I'll try to be as brief as possible to allow ample time for discussion and for comment as well. So overall, this is a three-part project with the pre-zone and preliminary plat discussions to be heard shortly. The project site is a 58-acre property on the city's west side. This is just west of Hauser Boulevard and Granite Avenue intersection. The property is in the county currently with a zone district designation of urban residential mixed use. There are no use or dimensional standards associated with this zone district currently, though they will be adopted by the county at a later date. The property is located in a mainly single-family residential neighborhood, and the surrounding zone districts do support that use pattern. The property will be annexed in phases, as you can see here. The development schedule plans for a new phase every other year, pending approval, of course, with the final phase, phase 4 in green, being annexed and final platted potentially in 2027. So in order to effectively provide services to properties being annexed, a route of annexation must be established. In this case, the route of annexation is to be Hauser Boulevard west from Granite. for Granite Avenue, excuse me, then north on Hauser Boulevard and south on Park Drive. These pathways will provide primary access to all phases of the proposed annexation and subdivision project areas, and you can see that outlined in red. All adjacent rights-of-way will be annexed into the city as part of this project. This is in line with state law and ensures that the route of annexation is properly maintained. It is projected that up to 2,869 new vehicle trips per day could be added to the local transportation network as a result of this annexation. Most of the roads in the neighborhood are currently unimproved, though as part of this annexation, Hauser Boulevard, Park Drive, and Granite Avenue from Knight Street to Hauser Boulevard will be improved to complete street standards. Improvements to these roads would include curb, gutter, boulevard sidewalks, and paving to various widths. Some of you might have noticed the 2,869 number is different from the TAS submitted with the preliminary plat application. And that's because we use a formula for determining trip generation for annexation and pre-zone projects. That is based on examples in the community of parcels with the same use district, with the same zone district designation, parcel size, use distribution, and intensity of use. It is anticipated that by the applicant that 80% of those new trips generated will utilize Granite Avenue to access Highway 12 from this development. There is expected to be increases in use for both the water and wastewater systems, but no offsite upgrades were identified relating to the water system, either by the applicant or staff during the internal review. The increased wastewater system loads may cause some downstream mains to exceed the 75% capacity threshold for upgrade. This will be calculated prior to annexation and final platting of each phase. And if any mains are determined to meet or exceed that threshold, they will be upgraded by the developer. And this is referenced in the preliminary plat approval condition. This property, if annexed, will be served by City of Helena Police, Fire, and Solid Waste Services. Police and Fire indicated as part of the internal review that call times would likely vary based on call volume and severity. The subject property is adjacent to both water and wastewater services, with the city's primary transmission main from the 10-mile treatment plant running across the property from west to east. And there is a preliminary plat approval condition related to this main. All utilities associated with construction on site will be built to City of Helena engineering standards. This parcel is identified in the growth policy as having a moderate fire risk and being adjacent to City of Helena open lands and national forest beyond. There is the potential for wildfire spread to this property, and you can see that in the map on your left. This impact is also being addressed with a subdivision condition. So city's growth policy is one of the methods that staff uses to evaluate annexation applications. And the main theme of our growth policy, the recent update that we had, is for the city to grow in targeted areas with dense multi-use centers that are supported potentially by multiple residential areas. Think of the downtown, which is the leftmost dashed circle. As a growth center being supported by the residential neighborhoods to the east and west of it. This property isn't envisioned or recommended to be one of those multi-use centers, but rather one of the supportive neighborhoods. The growth policy does identify this area as one where urban style development or growth might be appropriate. This is reflected in the map. You'll see where the orange areas are recognized as ones that either have currently or would be appropriate for urban densities. The growth policy defines urban as moderate to high density residential uses that may include public uses such as schools, churches, open lands, and occasional commercial uses that serve the immediate area. And the immediate area, even the parts of the neighborhood currently in the county, is described in the growth policy as urban. Oops, I'm sorry. So annexing this property would be supported by several growth policy goals and objectives that suggest the city should focus growth in areas with ready links to existing infrastructure. The urban standards boundary, which is shown on this map as a copper type color, identifies areas where the city can't easily serve, excuse me, or more easily serve properties with existing infrastructure like water and wastewater. And as you can see, this property, which is highlighted in purple, is within the urban standards boundary. So there has been significant public comment related to this project. Overall, around 190, several came in today, so I don't have an exact number, have come in for the West Side project as a whole. The majority of these comments did express criticisms, identifying the density of the project, the traffic generated, pedestrian safety, or the ability of the city to serve the parcel as reasons why it should be denied. Support was also received, citing the provision of housing and job growth as goals and reasons for support. City staff has made the materials related to this project available on the city's website, included hearing information in certified letters, in addition to posting signs on the property and advertising in the independent record. We are proposing several conditions of annexation, and they are that the entire Park Drive, Hauser Boulevard corridor, both the north and south portions of those streets, must be built to a minor collector complete street standards. Hauser Boulevard from Park Drive to Granite Avenue, the east-west section must be built to major collector complete street standards. Granite Avenue from Hauser Boulevard to Knight Street must be improved to a major collector complete street standards. These three conditions represent the improvement of the route of annexation. The rest are standard conditions for annexations, a review of new construction for compliance with building codes, zoning codes, fire codes, etc., the engineering standards. Making sure the taxes and assessments are paid and current, waiving the right to protest and being notified for special districts, and making sure that the final plat conditions are satisfied. So with these conditions, we are recommending approval of a resolution of intention to annex Tract A as shown on Certificate of Survey 3360858 and all of blocks 4, 5, 6, and 9 of Highland Park subdivision and the adjacent rights of way into the city of Helena, Montana, and to establish conditions for annexation. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much. If there are any questions for staff, we are available at this time to address those.
Thank you. Thank you, Planner McConnell. Do we have any comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner O'Loughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for Mr. McConnell. Do you have a sense of how, going back to the different phases, how the applicant has talked about its decision on, which parcels and which areas to annex in first or develop first, I suppose?
Sure. The applicant has submitted a development schedule that shows phase 1 to be annexed and final platted in 2021, phase 2 in 2023, phase 3 in 2025, and phase 4 finally in 2027. As far as the specific lots, I don't have that information.
Okay.
Yeah, the applicant is here.
And then Mayor, I had one more question, if that's okay.
Please.
So just in your experience with annexations, you know, the various conditions that you all are recommending, are these fairly standard conditions for an annexation, or how, you know, how do these compare to how the city's handled previous annexations?
Sure. I mean, I would say they are reasonable conditions given the scope of the project, right? We need to have a route of annexation that is improved to City of Helena standards, so that, you know, fire trucks can get there, or, you know, police cruisers, ambulances, etc. Trash trucks can all get to the site. They might not be able to if that route of annexation was not improved to city standards. There's also a pedestrian component to that, right? There's a school down the road. You know, they have to get to school safely. A lot of kids walk there. So that route needs to be improved. The conditions related to the special districts, the taxes being paid, the conditions being met, those are all fairly standard, yes.
Commissioner Halliday.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A question for Mr. McConnell. So with the route of annexation, and I don't know if you can pull that up on the screen, I guess first a question of sort of, is that something that is required by law and derived through some methodology? And sort of depending on your answer to that, why was, for example, Stewart Street and Flowery Street, you know, coming off of the subdivision, not also identified as parts of the route of annexation?
Sure. So to answer your question, we need one route of annexation, but how the project is laid out, you have a fairly long distance from north to south that needs to be provided with access. So the access really is Granite Street over to Hauser, and then phase 4 especially takes access directly to Park Drive. Also, as part of the preliminary plat application, we do require 2 routes for proposals that don't have only a dead end street, right? So that is part of the methodology there. I hope, did that answer your question?
Sort of. I guess I'm curious, like, is it a law or a statute somewhere that says there has to be a route of annexation identified, and that route, right, can only be sort of that one line? Like here, obviously there's a branch off. I'm just curious whether it was possible to say that the route of annexation is going to be, you know, Granite all the way to Flowery, inclusive of, right, Flowery and Stewart as well, running east to west. Does that make sense?
Yes. I guess to answer your question, I don't know if we can require more than one route of annexation. I know we require one. Sharon, if you could possibly speak to state law on that matter, that would be helpful.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Halliday. So if I recall, I think Granite Street is already annexed into the city, and state law does require that we have some type of route of annexation, that the property has to be basically adjacent, and that's generally done through a route of annexation. In the past, we've annexed property up in Country Club, used Country Club as a route of annexation. Prior to this, Hauser was used as a route of annexation, Joslin. So could there be more than one route of annexation? We definitely have to have one. And so this is the one that was the most direct route of annexation for this property. I don't know, Commissioner Halliday, if that answered your question or not, but I'd be happy to further clarify anything for you.
Yeah, that's helpful. I mean, I think it explains to me, we're looking more for legal access here as opposed to the routes identifying where that traffic's going to be going, right? As opposed to sort of a traffic impact study. I guess I was curious in that question because some of the conditions focus on development of those routes, right? Even say the portion of Hauser that's not directly adjacent to the proposed annexed property. So I wasn't sure if that's something that can be conditioned for those other streets essentially as well, irrespective of whether they're labeled as annexation, but maybe that's a conversation for the subdivision piece.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Halliday, you're right. It's more of a legal requirement than an indication of traffic impact. So.
And I do have other questions, Mr. Mayor, but not on that specific topic. So I'd be happy to let Commissioner Dean ask any questions.
Commissioner Dean?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's not on this particular topic. Mine is more of a logistics question. And I know this is my first time since getting on the commission that we've had this kind of large project in front of us. So this first regular item, we really are just talking about the annexation piece and not actually talking about the planned development within this annexation piece. Would that be an accurate statement?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, great. And then I guess I'm curious if you could maybe, and I don't know if this is a question for Mr. Leland or someone else, but I wonder if you could really talk a little bit about the impacts of annexation and our ability to sustain our water and wastewater systems should this area be annexed.
Sure. I mean, I can tell you that no improvements were recommended either by the applicant or identified really during the review. But Ryan, if you have specific commentary on this, that would be helpful.
Mayor, Commissioner, I'll see if I can answer the question. Is if we annex this location, we do have adequate sewer capacity as far as treatment. There is going to be, anywhere between 2,000 and 4,000 feet of sewer line down above Brady Street that needs to be upsized because it just currently does not have the capacity to handle annexation at this time. And then as far as water, we do have adequate capacity is storage within this zone. It's the high Malvern zone that it's going to be located in. And so we have storage and we can supply water to it. We do have capacity. We did get into water restrictions this year. I admit that, but it was more spreading everything out than actually having capacity. And when we're talking capacity, we're talking more of having irrigation, not necessarily domestic, because you're looking at between 3.5 million for domestic in the winter compared to 15 million for irrigation purposes, basically in the summer. So we do have capacity to be able to supply this subdivision.
Okay, that's helpful. Mr. Mayor, if I can ask a quick follow-up on the infrastructure that would eventually have to be upsized.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Leland, who does the burden to pay for that fall on, and what is the process and timeline, I guess, for that kind of upsizing?
Mayor, Commissioner, it is on the developer's timeline. It is not part of our capital project list or priority list. So they could wait until the city upsizes the main to be able to handle that, because as we go through, some of them are 6-inch lines. We bring them up to 8-inch when it comes to life of service is over. So they could wait for us. But they're not going to wait years and years for this. So it'll be the responsibility of the developer. It's conditioned and it'll be on their timeline. And it has been spelled out in phases on when they need to look at it and upsize it when it meets a 75% capacity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I missed this, but question of who is responsible for the upgrades necessary for the affected streets?
Mayor and Commissioners, that will, sorry, Mr. Logan, do you mean the
Financially.
condition to be annexed and improved?
Yes, the improvements.
That would be the applicant as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Halliday.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So maybe a sort of logistical question for the whole evening here. We've got a few different moves: annexation, pre-zoning, preliminary plat. And it's probably for Mr. Coate, but could you walk us through sort of the different standards and considerations we are supposed to be applying with regard to these respective decisions? I mean, I understand that the platting portion is, where we've wound up in this sort of quasi-judicial phase, but I've understood from past city attorneys that zoning questions or annexation questions are quite different. And I'm just trying to understand what sort of criteria and reviews we're supposed to be doing on these respectively, comparable to one another.
That would be appropriate for Mr. Coate. Eric, if you would jump in here.
Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, with respect to annexation, the considerations for the commission are, can services be provided to the property? Because there has to be services provided to the property. The city can impose conditions. Some of those conditions are laid out in the documents that Michael has prepared for tonight's meeting. With respect to the zoning, things to be considered are, is the proposed zoning consistent with the growth plan? Is there reasonable provision for adequate light and air? What's the effect on motorized, non-motorized transportation systems? Does the suggested zoning, is it compatible with urban growth and the character of this district and its peculiar suitability for particular uses? And does it conserve the value of the buildings around it? With respect to whether certain items are quasi-judicial or legislative, it's my understanding that in the past, the matter of annexation has been a quasi-judicial decision, whereas pre-zoning or zoning decisions, the city has treated those as a legislative action. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Halliday?
It does. I mean, it's a deviation from the past practice. That's why I'm trying to figure out, which of them are quasi-judicial, which are not. And I guess the other piece of it, and I don't think I articulated it well enough, was which of these are, discretionary decisions, and which of these are specific criteria to statutory requirements, right? We've received a ton of communication either saying support this project because it will result in jobs and houses. We've received communications that say don't support this project, it's going to destroy the character of the neighborhood, it's going to result in traffic near the school to dangerous levels. For which of these is it appropriate for commissioners to say, gosh, this stuff concerns me, and for which of them are much more sort of tied in and hamstrung based on statutory constraints? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
It does. And I would say that annexation is the area in which the commission has the most discretion. When it comes to pre-zoning, zoning, subdivision approval, you have to apply or look at certain factors that are set out specifically in statute. And you have to make sure that when you're making the decision that it has to be in the best interest of the public health, safety, and welfare.
That's really helpful. I mean, that's how I've always understood sort of the process. Annexation being somebody coming and saying, I want to be part of your city. And you can kind of have that broadest discussion of, you know, is it appropriate to bring that land into the city? So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commission? Do we have the applicant present? Do we have comments from the applicant? Madam Clerk?
The applicant is present. I do not know if they have comments or not.
On this topic, if he has comment, yes. If not, we'll move forward. That's all. Madam Clerk?
Can you hear on this one?
Can you hear?
Oh, geez. Yeah, we can hear you, but you have that echoing in the background, Sussex Construction. You have the floor.
Can they hear you?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, my name is Ron Barch, and I'm with Sussex Development. I also have Derek Davis, also with Sussex Development. Thank you very much for the opportunity of speaking about this annexation, as well as the rest of this project that's in front of you today. Obviously, there's lots of parts and pieces to what you're going to be considering today. So to try to be respectful of time, I'm going to speak specifically to annexation and, you know, why this project we believe should be allowed to be coming to the City of Helena. There's a lot of other parts, obviously, to this project, and I will reserve those till later portions of tonight's meeting, if that's all right. Having said that, please do, if you have any questions about this and I've gone over it, just let me know. But specific to annexation, I'm going to pull up a slide presentation here, and I'll show you a couple of things. And I'm going to keep this very brief because I do understand there's a lot of, this is going to take some time this evening. So the land that, to start off with, this land that we are considering today to be annexed into the City of Helena, it's roughly 58 acres of land that's adjacent to the City of Helena. Just to give you a really quick history, this land was owned by William White's estate. He also had owned the land that was to the south that fairly recently you as a commission had accepted into the City of Helena and has become part of our park system. So roughly half of the land that they owned became part of the city parks. And this is the remaining portion. The reason that we got involved in this is that this land has been identified in the Helena Growth Plan as land that is consistent and should be developed, and become portions of, for housing. The reason that now specific to annexation, the reason that this project is coming forward in front of you. Here, let's see if I can get this to move. Sorry. So this is the map of the area. In the Helena Growth Plan, before we started to work with this land, we were very conscious of the Helena Growth Policy. There's very little land in and around the Helena area that actually has been scheduled for urban growth. This particular parcel of land, in addition to the parcel that was donated to the City of Helena that has become part of our park, had always been identified in that growth plan for development. And hence, that was part of the reason that we had brought it forward. I guess the main reasons why we would request this be included into the City of Helena. The pros for annexation is a couple. First of all, annexation to the City of Helena requires a stricter standard versus a county development, meaning if it becomes part of the City of Helena, the city will benefit greater. They'll have larger streets, you'll have curbs, gutters, a lot of infrastructure that typically isn't come with county development, as well as I already said, it has been identified on the city growth plan. And then, of course, the other huge advantage is if this becomes part of the city of Helena, any houses that are built there, they'll also participate in city taxes, which is contrary to what's currently happening in the county. All those county houses aren't participating with city services. The cons, the reason why we believe this is not a good county development, first of all, is it expands upon the use of more wells and septics. That's one of the negatives, and I believe that this commission had fairly recently annexed a good portion of the west side of Helena, with the understanding that made sense of bringing that as part of the city of Helena and eliminating some of this well and septic conflict. The other element here is urban sprawl. Obviously, the more that we get farther away from our city services, the more that we travel, we waste fuel, we encourage people to spread farther and farther away from the center. And as I already explained, there's a lower infrastructure standard in the county versus the city. It creates more strain on the city services. You have these, if it's a county project, these people that live there, they're using city services and they're not supporting those services. It's important to note that if this property, the last point is on the key points number 2, this isn't a county growth policy. It essentially says that, hey, if we're encouraging urban style growth to occur in these areas, that it's more appropriate for that growth to occur in a city setting. Sorry. So with that, there's a lot more that goes around this project. So again, I want to keep this very brief. Specific to annexation, if you have any questions, I would appreciate if you would ask that of me. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, at the beginning of the meeting, I reminded the public about respecting each other, respecting the commission, and at this time we will entertain public comments on this topic. Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
So, Mr. Mayor, I would ask first if you would prefer that I call upon Ms. Perry, who I believe is speaking on behalf of the group. I am also have been informed that Mr. Wilson will be speaking first, along with Ms. Perry, just for process purposes.
Okay, on this, are we going to be talking on this topic? If that's why we have the public comment, I just want to remind them about it. Ms. Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would prefer to have our attorney, Mr. Kim Wilson, speak first if possible, and I would follow his comments.
Mr. Wilson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Collins and commissioners, my name is Kim Wilson. I'm an attorney with Morrison, Sherwood, Wilson, and Diola. I'm here tonight representing Save Helena West Side. We had submitted a detailed comment letter to the commission last week addressing all aspects of this subdivision. We had understood that tonight's hearing would be a joint hearing and about all aspects at once. Understanding now that we're taking them one by one with public comment on each one, we will try to parse our comments out for each of the 4 decisions before you: annexation, zoning, pre-zoning rather, variances, and subdivision. Know, however, that these issues all overlap, and Save Helena West Side opposes all 4 motions before you. As this is a threshold issue, the annexation, and as described by Mr. McConnell, it encompasses a lot of the issues you'll see elsewhere tonight, including application of the growth policy, transportation issues, issues with the school. You'll probably hear quite a few comments during this first section of the hearing. And members of Save Helena West Side and others in the neighborhood will fill you in on their concerns, their substantial concerns with this project. You'll also be hearing from our traffic engineer, Joey Stazak, detailing a number of shortcomings with the TIS and traffic issues related, which again, I would note that Mr. McConnell discussed in some detail in his presentation. So I believe Mr. Stazak will be responding to that. I will save my comments. I'm going to speak briefly on this annexation issue, and then I will reserve a little bit of time for each of the specific hearings after that. Speaking specifically to the annexation, growth policy, Helena growth policy cautions to avoid annexation of undeveloped land until all public facilities are adequate to serve the new development, or an infrastructure plan is in place to assure that such facilities will be provided when needed. This goal of the growth policy, I think, aptly sets the tone for a lot of the comments that you'll be hearing tonight. Citizens are concerned with the transportation facilities that are not adequate to serve the subdivision and that have already created problems at the bottleneck by Kessler School. I'll let others speak to that issue and those issues in more detail. We believe that this development in Helena should not outpace the infrastructure, and for that reason, we would urge you to deny the annexation request. And as I say, I'll reserve my other comments for each of the other hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Bear?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. So I represent Save Helena West Side, which is a group that was organized out of incredibly widespread concerns about the traffic issues in our neighborhood and the impacts that this proposed development would have, not only on our neighborhood, but the Kessler School community. And we don't disagree with what the developer presented, that the area for this proposed subdivision makes sense within the bounds set forth for ideal growth for the city. We're not against development in general, and we know that it's desperately needed in our community, but the site for the new development has to be able to reasonably accommodate the density and the impact that will follow. As our attorney, Mr. Wilson, just pointed out, that is part of the consideration for annexation. And so this afternoon, we submitted to you a petition signed by over 300 members of not only our neighborhood, but also the Kessler School community. And in it, we stated that to ensure safe and sustainable growth, development cannot outpace infrastructure, nor can it be at the expense of public health and public safety. Commissioner Halliday clarified that public health and public safety need to be taken into consideration before deciding about annexation of a property. And for that reason, at this point, we're asking you to deny annexation of this piece of land because the infrastructure that's existing right now and the infrastructure proposed for improvement just simply cannot safely handle it. The staff report for this agenda item talks about the proposal aligning with city policies and codes, but you're going to hear in the comments this evening that that's not entirely true. The proposal violates a number of items in your own growth policy, city code, long-range transportation plan, as well as the city's 2013 engineering standards. And we ask that you give consideration to those violations. Because of our significant concerns as a neighborhood, we hired Joey Stazak, which you'll hear from soon. And he found 18 critical concerns, errors, and deficiency in the traffic impact study. We submitted that letter to you. And I'll let Joey speak to the specifics of it. But I want to kind of set the stage here for you to understand where we as a neighborhood are coming from. Granite's already congested. And the additional traffic is going to be a threat to public safety of neighborhood members, pedestrians, motor vehicles, as well as Kessler students. On the far west side of Helena, and I think I was supposed to be able to share my screen. I'm not able to pull it up here, but if I could, I would show you that Granite is, let's see, maybe I
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Perry will be rejoining as a panelist, so she may share her screen.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm sharing a map here, and it's similar to one that was already shared. You'll see where that V of Hauser and Park Avenue on the far left side, they form kind of a V to that's, or I guess kind of an arrow pointing to the side. There's a large open area with trails. I'm not sure that I can point it out, but hopefully you're seeing that's where the proposed development would go. And what I'm showing highlighted in kind of orangish yellow here is where our neighborhood has access to Euclid Avenue and Highway 12. And primarily that's going down Granite past Kessler School. You can see there to the side of, I guess the east there of Granite by Euclid. And so Granite Avenue is really the only connection to Highway 12 for what would be about 6 city blocks if we kind of highlighted it out before getting over to Hiawatha there. We're looking at 6 city blocks wide of Granite Avenue that are only connecting to Highway 12 at Granite Avenue. And if you contrast that to the layout as you move towards town, every block you have a new access point to Highway 12. So Granite Avenue is already serving as the primary access point to Highway 12 for several more times the homes than any of the other city streets connecting to Highway 12 to the east. And this is indicated in many of the comments sent by our neighborhood members that Granite is just, we need more access to Highway 12. We had hoped for additional access to the west with this proposed development. The developer is saying that that is not possible, but yet still thinking that it's safe to add a bunch more houses. The developer is estimating 1,400 additional vehicle trips per day on an already problematic section of Granite Avenue. If you look at what's allowable by zoning, it could actually be up to 2,800 additional vehicle trips per day. And all of that traffic is going to be added to the existing residential streets. So I want you to think of, some of that truly devastating news that we've been reading about in this year with forest fires, the Paradise, California fire in particular. So now imagine a rapidly moving forest fire coming from all the open land that we have to the south and west of our neighborhood. And then everyone trying to evacuate out Granite Avenue in a timely manner. As you know, fires can move quickly. They can throw embers up to half a mile ahead of the fire itself. So how are these hundreds of existing homes, plus an additional 177 new homes, going to evacuate Granite safely while emergency vehicles are trying to enter on Granite? And if school was in session, you would also have hundreds of parents trying to pick up their children at Kessler Elementary. How does that fulfill the city's growth policy objective to maintain public health and public safety as high priorities? We realize Helena needs more houses, but development cannot outpace infrastructure, and it absolutely cannot be at the expense of public safety. We ask that you deny the annexation of this property as the infrastructure is currently proposed does not provide or does not ensure that our neighborhood will be able to remain safe. It does not align with the city's growth policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Comments or questions from the commission? Do you have comments, rebuttal from the applicants?
Mr. Mayor, if I may jump in real quickly. I know that there were several other individuals that were hoping to make public comment and have their hands raised.
Okay, please call the second person or the third person then.
Okay, so next I believe we have Joyce Stazak. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. That was going to speak on behalf of the group.
You have the floor, Joey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Joey Stazak. I'm a senior traffic engineer and associate at Sanderson Stewart, located here in Bozeman, Montana. I was hired by Save Helena West Side to do a professional independent review of the traffic study for the West Side development. Ms. Perry highlighted that I summarized my complete review in a letter, which was submitted to the Community Development Office in June, and then again in October after the updated traffic study was submitted by the applicant. The letter outlines 18 items in the traffic study that are both inaccurate or missing in the analysis, and was again submitted prior to this meeting for all of you to review. I wanted to touch on a few items which sparked my concern in my review and reiterate the need for these critical items to be addressed for this annexation request and later in the public hearing items for the subdivision on tonight's agenda. So I just want to talk a quick minute about traffic volumes that was highlighted in Mr. McConnell's presentation. The basis of most analyses and traffic impact studies start with gathering existing traffic counts to represent an accurate depiction of existing conditions on intersections and roadway corridors. The first reference to traffic volumes in the applicant's TIS was reusing traffic counts from 2017 at the intersection of Granite and Euclid, and then used a 0.5% yearly growth rate to scale up those 2017 volumes to existing volumes. The first concern was, at the time, Granite Avenue was under construction and likely reduced volumes in the area. A second concern would be traffic data obtained from the same MBT traffic counter now shows a 19% growth rate from 2017 to 2021, which equates to approximately 3.5% yearly growth rate, which is 7 times the applicant's used number. In the second reference to traffic, the applicant counted Granite Avenue in August of 2020 without applying a COVID adjustment factor, which is readily available from MDT. For this specific data counts, MDT provided a 9% statewide reductions in counts based on COVID. Another concern was that Kessler School was not in session at the time of those traffic counts. The third round of cities requested TIS comments, the applicants counted the intersection of Granite and Overlook, which was May of 2021, to evaluate a pedestrian study at the intersection. A quick call to Kessler School noted that only 160 of the 265 normal students were in enrollment on that specific day. The fourth round of cities requested traffic study revisions. The applicant noted to validate previous counts, but no data was provided for reference. One can easily see the accuracy of depicting the existing conditions can be lost in the details of several revisions on revisions to the traffic study using counts from 3 different years. But one simple example would show the applicant estimated 1,600 daily trips on Granite Avenue, which is classified as a major collector. Updating those numbers with the current growth rate, as noted previously, appropriate adjustment factors, school in session, and no construction traffic in the area, I am estimating existing volumes on Granite Avenue could be in the range of 4,000 vehicles per day. Adding the 2,300 daily west side trips coming from both the traffic study and the zoning potential puts that future volume on Granite Road above the 5,000 vehicle per day maximum, which is noted in the Helena engineering design standards for a safe and operational roadway. This quick estimate alone should endorse the call to update the traffic study with new counts for all intersections collected now with school in session and the amount of growth this area has witnessed the past 4 years. A final note to put all this into perspective is this is all happening on the doorsteps of Kessler School that already has noted safety problems with pedestrian and vehicle conflicts, limited pickup drop-off areas, and pedestrian facilities to the adjacent neighborhoods. The applicant's traffic study and revisions to the traffic studies did not address any crash summary or safety analysis of the school impacts for either existing or future scenarios. The purpose of a traffic impact study is to provide valuable information to city staff, advisory boards, and all of you on the commission to help make an informed decision on community development based on the health, safety, and welfare of the public user. In my professional capacity, I do not believe this information is provided to you from what the applicant offers and should be revisited before any phase of the development is constructed. An updated traffic study could perhaps validate some of the elements of the applicant's analysis, or perhaps it would show that a traffic signal at Euclid and Granite is needed today, or that Granite Avenue can't handle the development's volumes and it needs to be reduced, even if safety concerns adjacent to the schools deem that traffic volume increases on Granite are detrimental to pedestrian traffic. Again, all 18 of my items from my independent review are summarized in detail and was provided to the Community Development Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stasak. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, next I have Forrest Zimmerman, excuse me.
You have the floor, Mr. Zimmerman.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I want to just briefly reinforce that this is a matter of infrastructure not being in place for the amount of annexation of 58 acres as that will be zoned R2 and R3 as proposed by the developer. The area being ripe for development is not disputed. It is a good area to develop in some capacity, as long as it does not outpace infrastructure. I think we've clearly heard several things that demonstrate it's outpacing infrastructure, including the information submitted by the city of 2,869 new vehicle trips per day on Granite. And there will be other issues I'll be coming on later, in more specific detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, next I have Jesse Herbert Meany.
You have the floor, Mr. Herbert Meany. Jesse.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jessie Herbert Manny. I'm at 2522 Woodward, and I want to echo the comments that have been given by the Safe Helena West Side group. Of course, I understand the need for future growth and development in the area. However, I'm extremely concerned about the traffic impacts that the proposed subdivision would have on the neighborhood, and request that you deny annexation for the West Side subdivision as it's proposed. I have two children, one who's a current student of Kessler School and one who will be attending Kessler next year. The current traffic in the area and the congestion at the intersection of Granite and Euclid are at current levels that I believe are already unacceptable, to the point that I don't really feel comfortable allowing them to walk to their neighborhood school through Granite, even though we're just really a few blocks away. The increase in the traffic will create hazardous conditions and put public health and safety at risk for the children at the school and for the Helena community members, both current and future. Development, as we've heard, development cannot outpace infrastructure, and the proposed plan does not adequately provide safe and convenient pedestrian walkways, and thus it doesn't align with the city's policies and growth plan. In Chapter 6 of the City of Helena's growth plan, it states that safe and convenient pedestrian facilities are essential for children and persons with mobility limitation or without access to a motor vehicle, and the proposed plan does not provide these. Okay. The developer and city staff are also proposing additional bump outs at the crosswalks by Kessler as a way to increase safety. But however, the city's long-range transportation plan has already identified the existing bump outs as a hazard, and the city plans to cut it back by 5 feet. So it would seem contradictory to propose more bump outs if they might also eventually need to be cut back as well. Thank you for your time, and I request that you deny annexation as for the proposed plan.
Thank you, Jesse. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, next I have Kathy Burwell.
You have the floor, Ms. Burwell.
Okay, I think I'm on here.
Yes, you are.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I'm Kathy Burwell, the Helena Area Chamber of Commerce, and we're here to express our support for the proposed Highland Park's West Side community development. Helena is in dire need of additional housing to meet the needs of our quickly growing community. With just 300 homes built in the Helena area last year, we are not meeting the demand. Not having enough affordable homes is driving the prices of our current market up tremendously, and the proposed development will address the affordability factor. Having multiple sizes and options within this development will meet some of this ever-growing need in our community, and it's estimated that we need 400 to 600 new homes per year in the Helena area to meet the pace of the demand. We support this development with the caveat that it's designed and constructed to meet all applicable city codes. The city and county have designated areas for growth, and this development is within that area. We hope that the process to get developments moving and approved will be expedited to help developers get these homes built soon. More availability will help address the workforce needs of our city and county businesses, and the chamber urges you to support the development of appropriately designed, safe new neighborhoods to help with one of the biggest needs in our community, affordable housing, and more of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burwell. Madam Clerk.
Next, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I have Stacy Collette from Helena Public Schools.
You have the floor, Ms. Collette.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, I would like to state on behalf of Helena Public Schools that we support planned city development that supports additional housing and families in the Helena community. And we support West Side development and growing our community in a smart and economical way. I submitted a letter earlier this afternoon to the commission for consideration. In essence, we've been in conversations with Sussex Development and with our parent-teacher organization with the similar interest to ensure that we have a safe and clear way to provide safety for our students and for our families who are accessing Kessler School. The proposed subdivision with the noted conditions sent to the city, as well as the commitments noted below in my letter, support our interest in maintaining a safe and pedestrian-friendly school community. In collaboration with Sussex, we believe the improvements noted in the development conditions, as well as the commitment to ensure construction and traffic avoid school zones, including granite during the school year, meets our interest. The additional agreements that we have with Sussex include, first of all, the continued assessment of traffic volume throughout the development process. Second, the widening of Granite Street between Knight and Hauser, including additional sidewalks all the way from Hauser to Kessler School. This includes additional lighting from Hauser down to Granite, all the way to Kessler School, funded through either the city or through Sussex. Fourth, adding a crosswalk at Hauser and Granite. Fifth, adding flashing lights noting speed and pedestrian crossings at both Overlook and Hauser, Knight, where the trail intersects with Granite from the subdivision, and in accordance with the city program. Ongoing conversations and collaboration with Montana Department of Transportation focused on pedestrian and bike crossing options across Euclid, including the exploration of a pedestrian bridge and overpass, are things that Sussex agreed to be in collaboration with us. And lastly, continuing conversations with the county on the Knight pedestrian path for students coming from the eastern part of the district. We believe that with those additional considerations to a more focused, pedestrian-friendly environment, we would be in support of the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collette. And I want to remind the public that we have received a lot of your comments, and I, for one, I've read almost all of them, and I'm sure the commissioners have done the same. So in the interest of time, if you did submit a comment, please, we know that you know that your comment has hit us and is within the records. Madam Clerk, do we have any others?
Mr. Mayor, I do have one more hand raised at this time. I will also need to read some written comment into the record after we finish with raised hands. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Next, I have Dennis Parman.
You have the floor, Mr. Parman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Dennis Parman. I live at 2750 Knight Street. I bring a little different perspective to the conversation in that I've lived in the neighborhood for over a decade, and I have over 40 years of experience with public education, particularly around community schools and circumstances like we're seeing here that are being visited about. I was actually heartened to hear the comments provided by the Helena Public Schools representative. The one caveat that I would have is that has to be done in advance. And I think you've heard some comments similar to that. When I travel around in this community, my wife worked at Kessler for a number of years, just 2 blocks from our home. And I put my experience of working around public schools and having public safety in and outside of those schools at the forefront every single day. And then I consider the numbers of additional traffic on Granite. It personally is unfathomable to me that safety really is going to be in place unless some of the mitigating proposals that we just heard of are in place in advance. To grow into those, it would be the setting for a tragic error in judgment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I probably will have more comments this evening, but I will close there for now.
Thank you, Mr. Parman. Madam Clerk, would you read your comments, please?
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I do have one more hand raised. Edward Santos. I would ask anyone that's wanting to make public comment on the matter of annexation to please raise your hand now so that I am aware of when we are through all of those comments. Thank you.
You have the floor, Mr. Santos.
Yes, thank you. So my name's Ed Santos. I live on 2530 Flowery Street. I have many issues with the subdivision plan, but obviously time, won't allow me to voice all my concerns. But I want to emphasize that I am for developing this site, but I'm not for the current plan as presented. So I live at 2530, as I stated, Flowery Street. It's a dirt road that borders a subdivision. Currently, the block of Flowery that I live services 3 homes. The commission has touched on the roads that will be annexed and who pays for the upgrades, but it sounds like the developer will pay, which the developer will pay for, those roads being Granite, Park, and Hauser. But at Flowery Street Road will be impacted, but it's not improved as Park and Hauser Street will be. And I'm fearful that it will fall under us, the 3 or actually 4 landowners, lot owners to pay for that. So that is a big concern of mine. The proposed subdivision as planned has Flowery Street continue and eventually dead end. The additional section of Flowery Street will funnel into those proposed residences, an additional potential 40 residences or more down this section of road. With that kind of usage, the road will definitely need to be upgraded. So basically, I'm asking for smart development without dead-end streets. As the city has demanded from other subdivisions, for example, Reader's Village was built on a steep hillside. It doesn't have dead ends. Nob Hill was built on a very steep hillside, and they don't have any dead end streets on their residential zoned areas there. So this subdivision should also conform to the rules and laws, specifically City Code Section 1242E, that those developers had to abide by. This developer should also abide by. I ask that the City Commission deny this subdivision for reasons addressed by Save the Helena West Side and for reasons myself and my neighbors have stated here. Let me be clear, deny this plan, make the developer come back with a better plan that addresses traffic, safety, and keeping in with the Helena West Side feel so that it is a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. Madam Clerk.
Next, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I have Andrea Allen.
You have the floor, Ms. Allen.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners, and all of the attendees to our meeting. I really appreciate your time this evening. My family lives on Flowery Street at 2524 Flowery, and we used to live on Sussex Court. I'm greatly concerned about the impact of the new residential development on our west side. Many issues arise, but one of the most important issues to me is the safety of our residents living on Flowery Street and in the west side area. The new increase in the traffic from the new houses and apartments will negatively impact our current residents, as well as the many people who enjoy walking along our quiet street. There are currently 4 homes, as Mr. Santos had stated, on our street that regularly use this short dirt road. If we add upwards of 50 homes, that could add at least 100 more one-way trips on our street every single day. I'm also concerned about the traffic that this project will bring to Kessler Elementary School, as other people have stated as well. The drop-off area of the school is already quite congested and dangerous, and the school has no plans on changing their drop-off plan. I can imagine what adding a large construction project to that area will do for the safety of our kids and our parents at that place. I have also personally experienced safety hazards with my children when Sussex Construction had projects near our previous home on Sussex Court. Frequently, the large vehicles and construction machines would take up much of the street and make it quite difficult to see around and drive around them, as well as walk or play in the area. While we lived on Sussex Court from the fall of 2007 to the spring of 2019, I personally called Ron Barst repeatedly to ask him and his employees to be more conscientious of how they drove and behaved in our area for the sake of the safety of the many children. We had multiple close calls with the safety of our children near our home due to the many construction projects. At the time, there was probably 2 houses being built at the same time. With this new project, we know there will be quite a bit more, which will increase the impact. Furthermore, the city traffic engineer, Mark Young, recommended that the developer pave Flowery Street in order to mitigate the significant impact that the new increase in traffic would bring, as stated by attorney Rob Ferris-Olson. I believe the cost of this paving should be shouldered by the developer as well, as some of the residents on our street have already paid to be annexed and shouldn't be have an added cost built onto us. I really appreciate your time, and I would urge all of you to think deeply and quite considerately about your vote that you're going to go through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Madam Clerk.
Next, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I have Corey Chenoweth.
You have the floor, Corey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Corey Chenoweth. I live at 2630 Ninth Street. I have lived in Helena my entire life. My mom has lived in Helena her entire life, and I say that because we're vested members of the Helena community. I've lived at this residence for nearly 12 years now, and one of the things I would like to bring up that perhaps we haven't talked about yet is the impact on Ninth Street. So I live, when you see the map, there's a real sharp S curve in the middle of Ninth Street. And when you compare that to phase 1 of the plat there, you'll see that that is going to be a major route for folks coming in and leaving the new development. And our group on Ninth Street, just in our 2 blocks, I count 22 kids that currently attend Helena schools. So 22 kids in a 2-block linear street. And we are very much a front yard community, meaning that lots of baseball games, lots of sidewalk chalk murals in the area. We have block parties, street hockey games, and things like that. It's an amazing community right now, and Ninth Street, and then also Overlook are very narrow streets with very sharp S curves in there. And I think that it'll probably be addressed further into the meeting, but that is an incredibly dangerous area, and I would strongly encourage you guys to all vote against this. Thank you very much. This is my first time speaking in the commission. I apologize for being nervous, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chenoweth. We didn't know you were nervous. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, the last hand I have raised on this item is for Eve Byron.
Did you say the last hand?
The last hand I have raised. Mr.
Okay. You have the floor, Ms. Byron.
Well, I thank you, Mayor Collins and commission members. My name is Eve Byron, and I live at the intersection of Hauser and Granite. I assume that I will be most impacted by the traffic generated by this subdivision. I want you to know that I am not opposed to the development per se. My concerns instead are focused on safety and the amount of traffic that will be generated by the subdivision. The current traffic plan means my quiet gravel road will become a major arterial. Not only will that generate additional traffic on Hauser west of Granite, but it also will add hundreds of vehicle trips per day on Hauser between Granite and Benton. What mitigation will take place for that? As part of that, Hauser has no sidewalks from Henderson to Granite and very few curb cuts. I see walkers every time I use this stretch of the road. So will the developer install sidewalks on that stretch of road between Hauser or Henderson and Granite? And if not, will you force the property owners on that stretch to install sidewalks and bring the streets up to code based upon the impacts of this new development? Right now, the corner of Granite and Hauser is a school bus stop. And again, that will be the major arterial. How will the developer mitigate that impact to the children and the schools? This brings me to my final point. Both MDT and the developer say they can't install the main access to the development off of Euclid. MDT also said that it couldn't slow traffic in front of Fort Georgians from 45 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour until a child was struck and killed by a vehicle. Suddenly, the speed limit was lowered. MDT also said it couldn't build the Custer interchange off of I-15 because it was too close to the Cedar exit. The city and county put pressure on MDT, and voila, there's now a Custer Avenue interchange. MDT is in the business of moving traffic, but in light of the addition of hundreds of vehicles in front of Kessler School, it's probably a good idea to 1, slow down the traffic, and 2, install a light at Granite and Euclid, and 3, move the entrance to the subdivision further to the west to alleviate any additional hazard to children. Let's not wait for another child to die going to or from school to make these safety changes. This is a half-baked proposal that shouldn't be approved until these major traffic concerns are addressed. Don't try to redesign this at the 11th hour. Send it back to the developer for revisions and then have them bring it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byron. Madam Clerk, would you read your letters?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'd like to make a note that these comments are specific to this item. There have been other additional public comments, but we will address those on general public comment as they are not related to specific agenda items.
Go ahead.
So first I have Shannon Eckert. I oppose the West Side subdivision as the proposed plat will place homes directly above my home that look straight into my backyard and provide visibility into my home. I originally built my home there as it was a high degree of privacy, and this will completely take away all privacy. Next, I have an individual only listed as James. Do not support the West Side annexation. 94 single family homes does not meet the growth policy for dense urban centers. Jen Baker, of the traffic concerns that were raised by the public in the city planning meeting on West Side subdivision last month, are any addressed in the annexation recommendations here? Shannon Eckert, 2,869 additional trips directly in front of the school and accessing the highway without a stoplight. This seems to be a high risk for children at the school and for traffic on the highway. Galen McAllister, personally, I have no objection to annexation or development, but great objections on the current plan put forth by Sussex. The developer's plan bluntly put does not account for the health and safety of the citizens of Helena, with traffic impacts being my #1 concern. Should this project move forward, whether as planned or hopefully under the improved plan, annexation is a means of enforcing standards higher than those of development if under the county. I therefore favor annexation once the developer submits a revised plan addressing negative impacts inherent in the current plan. Annexation prior to correcting these negative impacts is premature. Galen McAllister, 2692 Overlook Boulevard. Next, additional comment from Mr. McAllister, bear in mind that Overlook Boulevard currently serves over 170 separate housing units, all of which must reach US 12 via Granite, Ad Night, and this subdivision, and it's quite the mess. Additionally, I have comment from Paul Lund. My name is Paul Lund. I reside at 2610 Knight Street. I request that the commissioners deny annexation under the current proposal. For reasons addressed in the meeting today, there are clear safety concerns in relation to road infrastructure and traffic. The developer mentioned in a previous city meeting that this land has access to Highway 12. I would encourage the developer to work with the state of Montana in creating that access, which would allow for safe access in and out of the subdivision, for evacuation, and for access of emergency vehicles. Mandy Needham, what is the definition of affordable housing in the context of the comments earlier? How will it be assured the new subdivision will include affordable housing? Mary Ann Hibbard, I lived in Helena nearly my entire life and have seen many subdivisions go in, some annexed into the city, but most have not. Every time the city denies an annexation, it forces the developer to do the development without the oversight of the city. Not to mention the city will not capture taxes from a subdivision that is right next to the city. Not only will this subdivision add much needed housing for our growing community, but we have an opportunity to work with a developer who truly cares about our community and doing things right. I encourage you to approve the annexation and be a part of overseeing a much needed development. Mayor and Commissioners, that is all I have in written comment on this item.
Thank you. Any rebuttal comments from the applicant? You have the floor, Sussex Construction.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, as I stated at the beginning of this section of what we're considering tonight of annexation, there are some very valid concerns that the community has, and they brought up in this testimony. However, we do have quite a bit of information about the traffic and the studies and a lot of the information that they have raised. However, I was saving that for the next section under subdivision and under zoning, because it was more applicable in that area. If allowing this property to be annexed, it does not automatically create an impact. It's the next sections of zoning and subdivision where the vehicle trips and the generations is an appropriate conversation. So again, I was trying to break this up for you, but of course I understand it's a complicated issue. However, if we would like to discuss about those elements regarding transportation, I would like the opportunity of making that presentation. So therefore, I offer the question to you. If you would like, I can go ahead and start talking to that. Or if you believe that this question of annexation, and then we will get to transportation and the rest of these concerns is appropriate, I would just as soon leave those till the next section. But I guess that would be my comment towards you, or the opportunity to ask those questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
You have the floor, Sussex Construction. If you want to address it, please.
Well, then let me just touch on this briefly. As far as transportation goes, first of all, there are valid concerns that the public has brought forward. In fact, most of the comments relating to our project are related to transportation and the safety. As the school board has testified, we've been in continued conversations and working with the school board on making sure we're addressing those concerns. As well, working closely with the City of Helena and their experts in transportation, we have continually modified the conditions as well as the plans that have come forward to you so that we specifically address safety, transportation, and the traffic. Unfortunately, any house, any project that's built next to existing houses, it creates an impact. And I appreciate that. And that's a challenge, of course. Having said that, those impacts can be mitigated. The plans that are in front of you that are conditioned are specifically designed to address those impacts so that they meet state and city statute. We do want these to be safe roads. We will be improving these roads beyond where they are today. And unfortunately, a lot of the comments that I read specifically were geared towards the present condition of safety concerns. And that's prior to us even being there. With the plans that are presented and the conditions that are proposed, there will be greater walkability with sidewalks that currently do not exist, roads that are currently very narrow that will be widened, curb and gutters, increasing the safety aspect of all of these roads. We are pledging to continuing to work with the school board to continue to add additional measures as are appropriate. It's also very important to understand this is a phased development. One of the conditions that has come forward specifically is that as each phase comes online, if this project was to be approved, we would revisit the impact to public health and safety and the appropriateness of what the road structure is. At those times, as this incremental increase is added to this infrastructure, we will be continually monitoring what that impact is. And you as a commissioner or your future commissioners will have the opportunity to modify those plans. Again, this whole conversation of traffic, we have specialists that are very knowledgeable in this arena. I am not. The City of Helena has an entire staff that has reviewed this. And the City of Helena, in respect to annexation, is recommending approval of this plan and bringing this property into the City of Helena with the caveat of adding necessary conditions of approval, therefore ensuring the safety, ensuring that these elements that the public has raised are addressed. Thank you very much. Derek has something as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commission. This is Derek Davis with Sussex Development. I just wanted to point out a couple other things that were brought up during the public comment. As Ron mentioned, sure, the infrastructure isn't there right now, but as this project is annexed in phases, those conditions, catch up with the phases and stay ahead of the phases infrastructure wise. And those conditions were developed by the city staff. There was some discussion about the trips per day. And to clarify, and feel free to correct me, city staff, if I speak out of turn here, but our traffic study was based on the number of units proposed, and the city's traffic study and conditions are based on the zoning. And the trips per day that the zoning creates is roughly twice as much as what we're proposing for the units here. And those conditions of approval, once again, are based off the city's analysis of the traffic and zoning. And that's all I had to say there. I think Jeremy Fadness with WWC Engineering would like to speak a little bit more, if that's all right.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Jeremy, you have the floor. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I am looking for Jeremy. Currently, I don't know if it's possible for him to raise his hand. Thank you. Go ahead, Jeremy, you have your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Mayor, for your time tonight. We all know that this is a hot issue in the City of Helena and in in the state of Montana in general, the development of property and the need for additional housing throughout the state. We appreciate city staff's work on this project. And just again, want to reiterate what Derek said, that you have your own experts in-house, including traffic engineers that have reviewed this development, have reviewed staff reports, and have developed conditions of approval that they feel address the impacts of this development. I just want to hit on a few of the comments. There's several comments that indicate the applicant should try to access Highway 12 and Euclid Avenue at the northwest corner of the project. Access in this area is not feasible based on several issues. First off, MDT was contacted in July of 2021 to specifically request a review of whether or not MDT would allow an access at that location. MDT provided a response on July 27th, 2021 that said they would not allow an approach at that location due to poor sight distance at the location that would create potential safety hazards. Second, we've looked at the construction of an approach at this location, and due to the existing 50-foot plus road cut that is created by Highway 12 at that location, we would be looking at a 72-foot road cut through the subdivision in order to construct roads that meet City of Helena standards. Therefore, at this time, it's not feasible to really construct an approach to Highway 12 at that location. Second thing I'd like to highlight is that based on traffic counts, traffic analysis, there's really two peak times that I think that are important to discern with the traffic volumes. The peak times for the subdivision do not coincide with the peak times for the school. The peak times for the subdivision are 7:45 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. 7:45 a.m. in the morning and 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon. The school peak traffic occurs at 8:15 a.m. and 3:15 p.m. So what that indicates is that people that are going to work in the morning are not leaving for work at the same time children are being dropped off, and vice versa. Kids are leaving school prior to people coming home from work. So these peak volumes from the subdivision do not coincide with the peak volumes for the school. Another issue that's been raised is the indication that the west side and the west side subdivision only have one access point, and that is Granite Street and Highway 12. That's not accurate. As you've seen from several maps, in fact, there are multiple ways for traffic to exit the west side in general, as well as the west side subdivision. There, as required by subdivision regulations, we have multiple points of egress from the development, 4 in total. And here's a map that you can see. So you can see from this map, this is an expanded view from the proposed west side subdivision to the east. And you can see that there's multiple routes of egress in the case of emergency that would allow people to disperse onto existing city streets to access Highway 12 to the east at many locations. So the other question or the other comment that was raised during the review was there were some questions on traffic collection for the project being completed during COVID and school shutdowns in 2020. Based on this, we went out and actually did additional traffic counts on October 12th through October 14th of 2021 to determine if the data collected in 2020 was accurate. We found that the data collected in October of 2021 was very similar to that collected in 2020 and the data collected by MDT in 2017. Based on this, there's no reason to conclude at this time the background data used in the TIS for this project is inaccurate. And the updated data was submitted with comment responses to the TIS, third-party comments as public comment. So hopefully that information was provided to the commission. Finally, I really wanted to state that there's been some comments on a traffic signal at the intersection of Granite and Highway 12. The TIS did a signal warrant analysis based on an MDT analysis done in 2018. That was updated directly with city staff on that analysis, and the conditions of approval reflect at each phase an updated traffic study that will have to be completed prior to each phase of the development, and we will have to work with MDT for potential placement of a traffic signal at Highway 12 and Granite Street. Once a traffic signal is warranted for that intersection based on traffic, the developer will work with MDT to get approval of that traffic signal. Since Highway 12 is an MDT route, MDT will have to approve a traffic signal at that location. And then finally, there were some comments on Flowery. We definitely understand the concerns with traffic utilizing some of the other streets in the area. Although we can't guarantee the traffic will not use other streets that are existing in the area. We can say with certainty that we've looked at this. It is actually a longer distance to go from down Flowery to Granite Street and then down Granite Street to Highway 12, or to the Hauser Granite Street intersection than it is to go down Park Drive to the Hauser Granite Street intersection. Plus, with this project and the conditions of approval that are presented to the commission, Park Street will be paved with curb and gutter and sidewalks, whereas Flowery Street will not be paved with curb and gutter and sidewalks. And therefore, typically traffic utilizes the path of least resistance. They're going to use the paved route that's shorter to get to where they need to go. So it is our opinion that very few traffic from this development will utilize Flowery or other streets in the area. They will use the routes that have been identified by city staff and WWC and the applicant as their routes to access other areas of the city. With that, I'm available for questions if there are already questions from the commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Are there any comments or questions for discussion from the commission? Commissioner Dane.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have quite a few. I was going to hold some of them, but it seems like this is the part where if we want any teeth in this, this is where it would come in. So I think I'll probably keep most of my questions in this item on the agenda and see where we go from here. So one of the pieces in our packet that was discussed that I have some concerns about, obviously, most of the comment we've received is, I support this type of development. We need this in Helena. However, there's concerns around traffic and public safety. One of the things that really caught my eye was without an entrance from Euclid, it would extend emergency services response time. The comment was particular from HPD. And I'm wondering if, and I think that, I don't know who is on from, oh, I see Officer Petty here. I'm wondering if someone from the Helena Police Department could maybe talk about response times and what kind of difference that makes when you have a direct route that would come from Euclid versus what they have proposed as of now in terms of responding to emergencies.
Officer Petty, I don't know if you have the information readily.
No, I don't have that information readily. Mayor, Commission, thanks for having me comment. We don't have exact response times. What I would compare it to currently would be the west side, or the east side of town, Mountain View Meadows. And currently we have to go off Highway 12 east there to Crossroads to Alice Street and into that subdivision. So that's a similar route, I guess. And until we have it established, and I'm just looking over at our map there because of the three, I think it was Granite, correct? Coming in through Kessler School there, and then Hiawatha and Winston. And I can't remember who was talking about it, but having something off Highway 12 West there, and then whoever was saying that wasn't going to be possible. But yes, that would increase response times having to go through the neighborhood there.
Okay, thanks. And I guess this is a question in a similar vein in terms of what was included in the traffic impact study that the applicant presented, and then the Save Helena West Side group had their own evaluation done. I'm wondering, Director Kanopke, can you maybe talk about, how we as a commission take into consideration these varying perspectives? And, do you think that, does the applicant's traffic study, is it complete?
Director Kanopka, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, commissioners, give me just a moment. I'm not sure if he is unable to mute. His audio is over the phone, so give me just a moment.
Okay.
Looks like he's unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Mayor and Commission, thank you for the question. Initially when the initial TIS was given for review by the transportation engineer, there were questions on the counts and several other aspects that were asked of the developer and their traffic engineer. Some were answered. Some still left a little bit or some concerns. And then in response to the additional traffic study that was provided by Sanders and Stewart, there was obviously some issues that were brought up. I do not know, and I can't say for the developer's traffic engineer, if their traffic engineer went back and reviewed those, I think he said 18 concerns, and revised per those concerns, or have looked to change the development or change their practices or change the design. The other issue that did come up that was stated earlier was the fact that because of this and because of the traffic concerns, one of the comments that staff has made was that after each phase, a new traffic study would be done to look at the impacts that this development was going to have to the area.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess I have two more questions, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay if I keep going. Okay.
Please.
So I am pretty concerned about the ingress and egress if there were a fire on Mount Helena, which, is entirely possible, considering, this development's proximity to our open lands. And so with that, I guess I'm, why is, and maybe this is a question for the developer, why do you not have included in the plan multiple routes for egress and ingress in terms of, similar to like Reader's Village, where you have multiple ways to get in and out from different parts of the neighborhood. That's one thing that it was in our public comment, and obviously something that I think we need to be taking into consideration.
Go ahead, Sussex.
Thank you, Commissioner Dean. I guess, as discussed here, one of the big limitations was going off Highway 12 there. In addition to the correspondence we had from MDT, if there was a road there, we did look at a road there at one time. And if you took it diagonally northwest, being on Highway 12 to the southeast, to get that road to meet city standards is, you need more length than that to get it to meet city standards. It's about a 70-foot cut coming off Highway 12. We do have quite a few accesses to the east. I think it's 4, that connect there to Parker Granite and to the network of all the other blocks in town. But we definitely share that concern with fire access. We do feel, however, that there are accesses to the east. A fire, like Commissioner Dean mentioned, would likely come from the south. And this evacuation, if it were to get evacuated, our traffic would be going to the east. And I'll let Jeremy Fadness speak a little bit to that as well, if you don't mind, Commission.
Here, as Jeremy's raising his hand, I'll continue on one more thing. As this is Ron Barch again. The other point that's important is that is conditioned that we actually do some fire mitigation on this property. Currently, this property has a stand of forest, and similar to the land that was to the south of here, where you as a city and in working with Berkeley Pear Land Trust went through and did a lot of fire mitigation. That's also intended to do on this parcel of land as well, increasing the safety of this land. Second thing, when you actually bring in all the water, the fire hydrants, all those things that currently don't exist over there, you're again increasing a lot of availability of firefighting capabilities. The most important thing though, is that there are many, many points of egress to the east. Lots of, if anybody's on this property, anybody in this part of town, there's lots of ways where they can actually drive through the city, as is similar to other portions of Helena where you have areas where you have a road coming around and there's points of exit, for example, up on Gold Rush. But Jeremy, there's one, I'll pass the rest over to Jeremy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you for your comments and questions, Commissioner Dean. We looked at this property quite a bit. We've been at this project for over a year and working with city staff and the developer to come up with a plan for this project. The largest constraint that we have with this property is topography. Okay. The second is location on the edge of the city of Helena, where property to the east is already developed into single family residential in the county, as well as a storage unit project or property that's also to the east. This limits our ability to provide access to the east. There's no roads that go off to the east of this property, or excuse me, west of this property, sorry. There's no way to access to the west because there's already developed lots to the west. There's just no existing roads. There's no existing rights of way, no existing easements for us to be able to connect to. So that is the reason for two of our proposed dead ends, which is Flowery and Livesay Court. Both of those would basically, in an ideal world, would extend to the west and provide access to future roads or existing roads to the west to provide that connectivity and egress to the west. But because of the property development already there, we're limited and we cannot do that. Second, there is Lee Court on the north end of the subdivision, actually comes up fairly close to Overlook Estates and Overlook Boulevard. But due to the development of Overlook Estates back in the 2000s, there's actually a significant elevation drop from this property to where Overlook Boulevard is developed to. And that is approximately 40 feet of elevation drop in a very short distance. If we were to try to connect a road from Lee Court down to Overlook Boulevard, that road would end up being 33.79% of a grade, which does not meet city standards, and therefore really does not allow us to develop that further. It provides more traffic into Overlook Estates. And as we've heard from comment from people that live in that subdivision, that probably the last thing they don't want is additional traffic into their development. So those are really our limitations and why we've had to provide the access we have currently. As Ron and Derek both mentioned, we have 4 different points of egress from this subdivision. We have Livesay Avenue, that goes onto Hauser Boulevard on the east side. We have Crowley Court, which only has a few lots on Crowley Court that accesses Hauser Boulevard on the east side. Then we have Brakeman Avenue that is on the south end of the subdivision that accesses Park Drive, and then Flowery Court that provides access to just the houses on that court from Park Drive. So we are providing that multiple egress. And as I showed on the map previously, Granite Street is not the only place where people can get out of the west side of Helena in an emergency. There's several roads that branch out to the east of this development that go onto city streets, and then you're able to access Highway 12 in order to evacuate the whole west side of town. So the fact that people are going to exclusively use Granite Street and Highway 12 for emergency routes, I believe is unrealistic. So those are my comments. I'm happy to answer any of the questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Patness.
I have one more question, Mr. Mayor, for Sharon.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm going to just preface this question with, I think that regardless of what happens with this development, MDT will probably have to start thinking about Euclid differently, because if this is annexed, this is now part of the city, and the behavior of the traffic will need to change to be reflective of how city streets function, not how highways function. So with that, Sharon, I'm wondering if you can maybe tell me what is our ability to, and when I'm saying our, I mean the city and the applicant, to work with MDT if we applied a condition if this were to be approved, to provide an entrance from Euclid.
So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Dean, MDOT, it controls Euclid. So I think with regard to the constraints on Euclid, I really can't answer what would convince MDOT. If we place a condition that we do not know there is a possibility of addressing or have an avenue of addressing, for example, the light on Grant, really quickly, the condition when we go to the subdivision, the condition with regard to light on Granite looks at each phase and then has an analysis that would be looked at and whether or not to decide the light. We have no similar situation. There are serious constraints that make it a little bit different. So given the current topography and everything else, I think it would need an engineer, and perhaps David might have a sense of what it would take to move MDOT. But if we place a condition that cannot be accomplished, one would question why we would place that condition and just not look at another different action for the subdivision. But maybe Mr. Konopky has some sense of what the process is to reverse some of MDOT's thinking.
Reverse? Okay, thank you. Commissioner O'Loughlin.
Thanks, Mayor. I actually have a line of questions that are similar to that exact topic. So maybe we can flesh this out a little bit more. So Mr. McConnell, and this question probably is for Mr. McConnell or for Director Haugen, but you had up on the slides the growth policy, and I want to talk a little bit about the conversations around the growth plan that was ultimately passed in 2019. So I don't know if you have that slide readily available. This is the one I think both you all and the applicant had sort of projected, potential growth. And I am specifically wondering, so, yeah, and I think it's, yeah, so you've got kind of what I think that is like a purple box around what this proposed development is. So that kind of deeper yellow, this development encompasses that entire area in the growth plan. Is that right?
Mayor, Commissioner O'Loughlin, the box is larger than what the actual development is. You can see.
Are you able to zoom in? Yeah, okay, great.
So if you can see my cursor, this white area here is Hauser Boulevard, and this is Park Drive that extends up here. So the development basically encompasses this area here.
That area, okay. So I guess the question to you and to Director Haugen is just in the conversations around the growth plan and identifying this as, potential area for annexation. What conversations were there in relation to Euclid and the use of Euclid for a potential development?
Mayor, Commissioner O'Loughlin, apologies, what do you mean by use of Euclid for a potential development? Just as a transportation arterial, as an activity center? I mean, there are a whole host of uses that the growth policy envisions for a road like Euclid. One of which is a means of conveyance, obviously, right? And another would be as a potential growth center. And I believe I mentioned in my presentation briefly that we believe the growth plan, the growth policy that was updated identifies this area and intends it to be one of those supportive links that provide those activity centers with potential users. I guess maybe that's a cold way to put it, but it envisions that as a supportive neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of curious if there were conversations around, was the intent in sort of looking at this as a potential area for annexation? Was there an assumption that that there would be an additional outlet onto Euclid, or that development would utilize existing city infrastructure or city streets?
Sure, Mayor, Commissioner O'Loughlin. The growth policy is really a 50,000 foot view, 100,000 foot view. Conversations about individual properties didn't really take place. There were conversations, I can tell you, about altering the urban standards boundary, which we did to reflect the Fort Harrison zoning. But this property was left in, obviously, and we didn't really get down to that level of detail. Any potential neighborhood plan for that area, that might be a topic of conversation, but for the overall growth policy, it is not.
Okay. And then just one more question to the staff. Were you all part of the conversations with MDT in relation to this development?
Mayor, Commissioner O'Laughlin, we reached out to MDT as a matter, of course, for this particular project, as we do to a number of agencies, including Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, etc. They returned with a no comment. This, I can't remember exactly what they said, but it was to the effect that we don't have any comments related to this particular proposal. The applicant reached out to, or once it became clear that this was going to be an issue, the applicant did reach out to MDT directly to inquire about that possibility. And I believe the MDT came back with, this is not something we would allow.
And that's the, I believe, the July 27, 2021 date that the applicant referenced.
That sounds correct. I don't have the exact date.
Okay, so maybe Mayor, just one more quick follow-up question on this to, I think, the applicants, to Sussex. So, I mean, we've gotten information that this process started in November of 2020. Was July of 2021 the first time that you all had requested the MDT review this as a possible street entrance?
Mayor, Commissioner O'Laughlin, no, that was as.
Oh, sorry, that was a question to Sussex.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Laughlin. So yeah, that was the first time we reached out to MDT regarding that. We did reach out to them regarding stormwater before, mainly due to the fact that access to Highway 12, as mentioned before, you'd have these huge rock walls on both sides of the access. And even if you stretched a road across the subdivision, you couldn't meet city standards with it. And, as you drive by, there is a cliff there on the side of the road. So it's just not a feasible access point for that land to be developed. Go ahead.
But what I would say, what I'd add to that is when we did meet with the concerned citizens and the neighbors in the area, that was one of the points that they had brought up. And as I explained to them at the time, absolutely, we'd look into it. And that's when we did reach out to MDT and see if that is even possibility for them to allow that access point. They not only is there the topographical considerations, but there's also other MDT requirements regarding curvatures in the roads and things of that nature that they use in analyzing whether or not access points are allowed. The most important thing, though, is that what we did do is we looked at improving the city infrastructure, the streets and the roads leading in and out of our community that would meet the city and the state standards for access. And like I had explained earlier, we also worked with the school district to make certain that we'd ensure that that would be a safe access point going through that area. Therefore, the City of Helena planning staff has recommended an approval based off of meeting those requirements as conditioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, are you done?
Yeah, I can be done for right now. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Logan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So in the packet, it says that staff are recommending the following conditions because of the potential for annexation, because of the potential impacts identified through the internal review process. These conditions are meant to both mitigate the potential traffic concerns, but also provide users of all modes of travel, including emergency service personnel, with safe and reliable ingress and egress from the property. So we have 3 conditions, the first 3 that, and we've heard some really significant concerns that folks have had about, the impact, the significant impact of traffic in the area. So conditions 1, 2, and 3 for staff, how big of an impact will those have on the concerns as addressed by so many here this evening?
Mayor, Commissioner Logan, those 3 conditions are part of that puzzle, right? We believe that upgrading those roads to those capacity levels will create a situation that works for the amount of traffic that's being presented. There are other conditions related to the preliminary plat application that are included only there. The updated volume and signal warrant analysis, a congestion study around Kessler School. But I'm not also not a traffic engineer. Mr. Mayor, I might ask David Knopke to jump in here to help shed some light on that.
Mr. Kanopka, can you shed some light on the question from Commissioner Logan?
Mayor and Commissioners, those requirements were put in to handle the traffic coming out of the subdivision. The biggest component that that we are hearing tonight is a signal at Granite and Highway 12. Unfortunately, the way MDT reviews such things is that you have to meet certain traffic warrants, and those have to be actual. In my experience working with MDT, those have to be actual numbers before, or getting close to those before they'll move a project forward. That's one of those areas that was brought up by Commissioner Dean, I believe, that I think that we need to work with MDT to reevaluate some of the roadways, not just Highway 12 out there, that are becoming, say, more urban and residential in nature. Green Meadow is another kind of an example, and that to start looking more as a cityscape versus a highwayscape. And I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Logan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, David.
Okay. At this time, the commission will take a 12-minute break. 12-minute break, and we'll be back in 12 minutes.
Why don't you take the
Okay, welcome back, one and all. This meeting is called to order. It's come to our attention that there are people making series of comments in the question and answer period, in the question and answer section. And that it's causing problems because if you've made your comments already, it's been taken into record. If you're continuously making the same comments or even more, the others are not allowed to make their comments. I mean, they're being overshadowed. So we advise that if you made your comment, it's been taken into record. There's no need to make several comments in the question and answer after you've made your comments. Okay, we left off at after Commissioner Logan spoke. Do we have any other comments from the commission?
Mayor, I have one more question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I think this is for staff. Mr. McConnell, there's been some discussion around flowery, and I know Commissioner Halliday sort of posed a question about this at the beginning, but I just following up on this. Did the city originally consider a condition related to the infrastructure on flowery?
Mayor, Commissioner Laughlin. Yes, it was comments from our transportation engineer that it might be a good idea to upgrade or to include Flowery Street in those upgrades. Ultimately, it did not carry through just because we had our route of annexation, and we thought that it was reasonable to assume that most of the traffic would head down Park to Hauser and then ultimately to Granite. So yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I guess, and then one other quick question, and this potentially is for perhaps the streets department, but there's been some conversation around if a road were to be developed onto Euclid, sort of the grade of that road. Do you have a sense of what the road cut is up on Reader's Alley? I mean, that definitely was an example that came to mind for me in reviewing the application. Do you have a sense of how this location on Euclid and the grade compares to what was developed on Reader's Alley? Maybe for Mr. Director Knopke or his staff.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners. I don't have the percent grade of Readers, that road up to Readers Village, or to the subdivision up there. I would say that I would agree with the developer's engineer that there would be significant road cuts. I just don't know if it was a very brief discussion that we've had with them on that. So, maybe there's another possibility to connect out to Highway 12 out there. It just may not have hasn't come to light yet. But it is difficult to get access to MDT facilities. And that's, again, I reiterate that that's something that the city and MDT need to try to come to some agreement on in these kinds of situations.
Commissioner?
Okay, thank you.
Any final comments from the commission?
Mr. Mayor, just one final comment. I think that, I support development here. I think that it's consistent with our growth policy. And I think that the public comment that we've received overwhelmingly says the same thing. I don't think that the developer here or I don't think that we've necessarily addressed all of the concerns, particularly around public safety as it pertains to traffic, that the neighborhood has voiced. You know, I would be in support of an additional condition to address that public safety issue and, you know, attempt to work with MDT in some sort of entrance from Euclid. I think that Jim Wingerter from MDT has been more willing to have, you know, conversations like this than what I understand of previous conversations with MDT. And I would hate to be in a situation where, you know, we do not exhaust all of our avenues to get this right, because you know, these are not things that you can fix later on. And so those are just some of my thoughts, you know, going into this.
Any others? Commissioner Logan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just to comment where I'm at, I feel well, a lot of the comments here tonight, a lot of the comments that we've read, all in support in general of development in this area, and the need for housing. But you know, it seems to me like I'm kind of have this choice between adequate or, you know, additional housing for the Helena community and public safety, public health, public welfare. And I don't have a lot of assurances up front that that the development can't, you know, as they say, that the development doesn't outpace the infrastructure. And so I guess I got to say, you know, that I'm struggling with that in terms of public health and welfare and safety. And it's just generally where I'm at this point.
Any others?
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, and I think Commissioner Dean, you know, your comment about sort of the work with MDT ultimately as we annex in area adjacent to Highway 12, it is part of the city, and are we treating this road as if it is a city road? And I think, you know, the answer is no under this proposal today that we have in front of us, and that's just really challenging. I listened to the whole 5-hour planning board meeting, and I think similarly they were faced with sort of mixed feelings of this is a real important area to consider for infill and for development, an area that is ripe for annexation into the city. But I think I am a little disappointed that conversations didn't start with MDT a little earlier, and perhaps that the city maybe needs to play a bigger role in those conversations. If we have a growth policy and we want to implement that growth policy, what is the city's responsibility to be part of those conversations about the infrastructure that's needed for that? So but at the same time, I think, you know, Director Haugen is right that if we were, and I don't know if this is Commissioner Dean where you may be headed, if we were to put on a condition to require, I think, you know, you and I sit on TCC, we've worked with MTT. It is one of the most challenging experiences I have had in the 4 years of being on the city commission. There is no guarantee that MDT, you know, will will reverse course. So I think we're in a really difficult place with this one. I would like to believe that the developer, that the applicant has worked in good faith with MDT. I don't know. We don't have a lot of information to show that that was really considered. So, you know, I think that's a question for the commission. Do we feel like that is worth further discussion and pursuing?
Any final comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll just say, going into this, I was somewhat conflicted after kind of reading everything and looking at this tonight. This one to me is a pretty easy one on the annexation piece of just voting no. Myself, I think back to a few weeks ago where we told a developer on one street in the Capitol Hill Mall that their public safety issue related to an ostensible fire code violation that we never really got substantiation was enough to say public safety problems. Here we've got massive ingress egress problems. We've got traffic counts that are questionable. We've got congestion in a school zone. We've got undersized and undercapacity streets. How we could even be saying yes to this one. I mean, I wanted to support this one, but looking at where we were 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, there's just no way this commission can support annexation at this juncture.
So I thank the staff for the presentation. I thank the applicants. I got a crazy question, and I'm hoping Attorney Coates, Mr. McConnell, or our Director of Development will help me answer. Should we deny annexation, or should we table annexation, whichever way we go? If they stay in the city, what stops their process in the county from happening?
Mr. Mayor, if I understand your question, if this does not get approved, what's to stop the process in the county? That they would have the right to approach the county to do a major subdivision.
So it continues then?
Yes.
Thank you.
But probably not at this density because of water and sewer and all sorts of things.
So it will be out of our hands.
The county would ask us for input, but ultimately it would be a county commission decision. But there is a lot of different standards that the county would have.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm afraid of. But anyway, I'm also as confused as some of the others. And there have been, the comments that have been made here tonight are concerning. But also, I think they're workable, because I've listened to several of the commenters saying that, they're for development if we can work through ABC. We're for development if we can work through ABC. And so I want to see if the applicants have been involved in this process for a while. Are they willing to make adjustments? Because I know that was some of the problems we faced with that a couple of weeks ago. The applicants were not willing to make adjustment. So I'll just ask this simple question to Sussex. Are you willing to make some adjustments to the concerns of the community?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Ron Barge again. I appreciate and I respect all the comments the commission is considering. I would tell you this, that we've been working on this project for a very, very long time, looking at all these aspects. I would also tell you that if we felt that there was a possibility of creating another access point, we absolutely would have done that. In fact, I had our engineers create a model where they tried to create an access off of, regardless of what the DOT said, off of US 12. And it was not possible. Having said that, Mr. Mayor, we continually would like to work with, the city as well as the community to try to address concerns. I believe that there's a lot of opportunity through the existing infrastructure and improvements that specifically addresses these concerns. The school itself weighed in and said, hey, that we're working with the school district and addressing their concerns. And they voted their support on understanding that we're going to have this infrastructure and the homes that will be there. What I would tell the commission is that, remember, this is a phased development. We specifically proposed it as a phased development. So each phase, you as a commission will be able to re-review. So if phase one goes through and we're conditioned to provide all the infrastructure with phase one, once we go to come to phase two to final plat, the commission once again gets to analyze and says, hey, we have a traffic problem. That would be an obstacle to getting phase two final platted. That was one of the ways that we were trying to work with the commission, is to give that opportunity where you consistently will have that oversight so that we can address issues before they become problems. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to be so long-winded, but answer is we continue to want to work with the City of Helena, the city staff, as well as the community. But I do believe what has come forward is some really good ideas in working together with the city, who has recommended approval, and working with the school district, which has done the same. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that.
I would, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. This is Derek with Sussex Development. I would just like to second what Ron said there. And my concern, I guess, with re-looking at this development in a different scheme is that we're never going to make everybody happy. Like Ron said, we incorporated the school district's comments in. We accepted all these conditions of approval. The city's continually recommended approval for this. And I'm afraid, if we do go back into review, it's going to be the same circle, unfortunately, where you can't make everybody happy. But thank you very much. Those are my concerns.
Thank you. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I just ask a quick question? If we were to say include the staff's conditions and then an additional condition that requires that the applicant must improve the transportation safety, including the incorporation of the neighborhood groups traffic study that they offered, and the addition of negotiations with MDT to Euclid. And that or any of the other conditions that the staff has presented, if one of those conditions is not met, what happens? I guess that's a question for Mr. McConnell, probably.
So what would happen, sorry, Mayor, Commissioner Dean, if I can restate the question, what would happen if you impose new conditions and then those conditions were not met?
Staff conditions and then one additional condition.
That is a good question. I might have to defer to Sharon on this one.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Dean, in order for them to be annexed, they would have to meet all the conditions that you set for annexation. I suppose in a rare instance, you could always amend the intent of annex resolution, but then they simply wouldn't annex, and also the subdivision could not be completed or done because there's no authority for the city to approve the subdivision unless it's annexed.
Right. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to preface my motion with, I agree with kind of the sentiments that you had earlier, that I would rather, have this be in the city's court, because it's going to be something that impacts us regardless. But I do think that we have an obligation, considering that, the overwhelming majority of public comment that we've gotten has been, I support this kind of development as long as it's addressing some of the concerns of the public safety concerns that continue to be brought up. So with that, I would move to conditionally approve a resolution of intention to annex into the City of Helena property described as Tract A on the certificate of survey filed as document number 3360858 and all blocks 4, 5, 6, and 9 of the Highland Park subdivision, Lewis and Clark County, Montana, and the rights of way adjacent to the property, and established conditions of annexation that include all staff conditions, annexation conditions 1 through 8, and an additional condition that the applicant must improve transportation safety, including incorporation of the community traffic study offered by the community neighborhood group, and the addition of negotiations with the Montana Department of Transportation for an entrance onto Euclid.
Any seconds?
Mayor, I have a question about what that additional condition really means. I don't know. Commissioner Dean, are you saying that the annexation is conditioned on, what is it conditioned on related to MDT?
I think on sufficiently addressing the concerns that are included in the neighborhood groups traffic evaluation and negotiating with MDT.
That's what if like I hear MDT said they didn't want to be involved. So what if they say that again?
Well, the city has not been involved in those conversations. And I do think that I think Director Kanapke has and Rachel have both had, I think, productive conversations with MDT as of late, more productive than we've had before. And I think that it is worth having those conversations and working to negotiate a safe solution that addresses some of these neighborhood conditions.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Could I just ask another follow-up to that, Mr. Mayor? So there were two pieces I understood, Commissioner Dean. One was addressing traffic safety concerns. Is that one of them?
Yes.
So just for fleshing that out a little bit, right? What our staff has recommended are upgrades to basically 3 street conditions that they believe, at least in part, addresses traffic safety concerns. I'm a little concerned about putting a condition, who decides what and when this addresses traffic safety concerns, and whether that they've checked that box, and whether we should be looking towards greater specificity.
I think that's a good question. I don't know if Rachel has any thoughts on how she would direct staff to ensure that kind of accountability.
I mean, I guess I don't know if she has a thought on it. You know, the same thing as if we say impose a requirement that they gain access to Highway 12, as Sharon indicated earlier, could essentially be an illusory condition if it's impossible. I don't know the law on annexations. I'm not a land use attorney, but I worry about giving them essentially a vague condition, make it safe, and how they ever meet that requirement.
Mayor, would you like me?
If you have, yes, please address it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, both commissioners for your questions. You know, we're not sure if it's even feasible to connect to US 12, but the expense and the expense we can address. What we have is an excellent traffic study from the neighborhood. We also have the traffic study from the applicant, and we can revisit the connection to US 12, but ultimately asking for, I believe, and Planner McConnell can correct me. I believe there is a requirement as part of the conditions of annexation, or excuse me, conditions of plat that, or Sharon or Director Haugen, that an additional traffic study and traffic analysis needs to take place. And in each time something is added, where there's a right-of-way dedication or additional modification in the neighborhood to the plat, those requirements can be analyzed by each phase. So what I'll say is I'll punt to Eric, who Deputy Attorney Coate, and then also to Director Haugen as to whether or not we can ask. And as part of this annexation, a caveat on top of it, which includes all of the additional modifications of the plat, and each phase, that traffic study of the neighborhood be reflected. But I would punt it to those two, Mayor, for further study.
Attorney Coates.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. My concern with the proposed condition, the additional condition from Commissioner Dean, is that it's not definitive enough to know if it's ever been accomplished. The condition that deals with negotiation with MDT, in my opinion, just says they have to go and talk with MDT. They don't have to come to an agreement that there's any new mode of egress off of Highway 12. They just have to go talk to them about it. So those are my concerns.
Okay. We're going to be going in circles for a bit. We either move forward with a vote or we seek the table. And then we find out from from the applicant if he would like to table this.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess in that vein, I mean, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I just, for the acting city attorney tonight, it's my understanding that we have to make a decision on the plat question relatively soon, I'm guessing, given the time constraints that are on plats. If no decision is made, for example, a tabling, wouldn't that, and we bump up against the deadline, isn't that an approval?
Mayor and Commissioner Halliday, that's correct. So originally, because this is a major subdivision, the city had, I believe, 80 days. The parties agreed to a deadline of November 29th, a week from today, for a final decision on the subdivision preliminary plat.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Director Hagen.
So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Halliday, you are correct. However, if the applicant would be agreeable to another extension and could request that this evening, you could table it until a date certain and to gather more information with regard to these outstanding issues. That would be one option. I don't know if that is something that you would want to entertain. The other is vote on the annexation, because we do have the subdivision, the pre-zone, and the variances left this evening. So that's going to be quite a long evening. So that would be one option to consider. If for some reason, and I'm not suggesting you do that, Assistant Attorney Coates and I talked, if, for example, the annexation does not get approved, then it's our recommendation that Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, that we table or we just table the rest of the agenda or just act on it.
I think we have to, if we table it, we have to table the rest of the agenda.
Yeah. So.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Attorney Coates.
Yes, so if I'm understanding the question correctly, if Sharon, you're asking if the annexation matter is tabled, what happens to the rest of the agenda items, or what are the commission's options with respect to the other agenda items?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I think that the whole process in my mind is, in my opinion, is contingent upon the annexation. If the commission expresses that it does not want to annex this piece of property, there's a question as to whether the commission has the jurisdiction to exercise over a property and go through the preliminary plat process. With respect to pre-zoning, pre-zoning is very connected by our ordinances to the annexation process. So if the commission tables annexation, if the commission denies annexation, there's really no reason to take up the pre-zone matter tonight. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Sussex?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you calling on me. May I suggest, because I can see the questions the commission is grappling with, we do have a strong desire to work with the commission as well as the residents, as well as DOT, to create solutions that make sense. I therefore would request respectfully that all of these agenda items are tabled until your next meeting, December 20th. In that time period, I would like to meet with city staff as well as those other parties and see if we MDT and see if we can't come to some type of solution that is more favorable to everyone, or at least have answers to your questions, if that's possible, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, it's possible. Commissioners? Do we have any objections?
None here.
Yeah, Mayor, and I would just emphasize, and I very much appreciate the applicant's willingness to sit back down and discuss potential options. I think that I would really like to get to yes on annexation. I think the design, there are just a lot of questions. And so I just want to see my gratitude to the applicant for their willingness to continue the conversations about what changes may be possible. And I think that also, again, if there is a willingness by MDT to work on a potential solution, I think that, you know, that it may, I understand the design may have to be modified, but we could potentially be addressing sort of long-term issues with traffic in this area. So I recognize that there's probably many conversations that need to be had with MDT, but would certainly appreciate Sussex and the applicants moving forward with that.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Coates?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if you could ask the developer Sussex I think we need an express, express agreement on the record that Mr. Barch is open to extending the commission's deadline to approve, conditionally approve or deny the subdivision until a date that is after that December 20th date. So if he could just indicate to us, you know, he's in agreement of extending the deadline under city ordinance, and the deadline, it's also set forth in state law.
Sussex?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I would like to make that request that we make that extension. My question, and this is more of city staff, I do not know your schedule. So I can suggest dates, but perhaps I'm sorry, first of all, motion, yes, please do extend. But then what I would suggest is perhaps we do a 30-day extension. And then with the understanding that in that time period, we meet with city staff and or with the commission to discuss some of these issues. But you'd have to tell me of your procedures and if that would work or not. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Attorney Coates?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, on the agreement for an extension. I guess I'll leave it to Sharon and the city manager to see if the proposed extension would work for their schedules and the city's meeting agenda.
So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, it's my understanding that on table for consideration is that we will extend this to the December 20th meeting? Or are you suggesting, Mr. Code, that the decision be made after that December 20th meeting going into January? Just for clarification for me, I wasn't quite clear on what you were suggesting.
So it sounds to me like Mr. Barch is open to a 30-day extension. So I believe that would put us at December 28th, 29th, okay, by which we had to make a decision. So I think any commission action is going to have to take place at a meeting prior to that date.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, Mr. Coates, now I understand. I wasn't quite tracking that additional. So that would be our process with regard to extension. We do have a request from the applicant, and the commission would have to act on that request to accept his request for extension and table the items until the December 20th date. And staff will work with that to try to accomplish that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Halliday.
So just from a process standpoint, and it's probably for Director Haugen, I mean, is 30 days enough? I don't know what the plan is, right? Are we putting these same agenda items, and maybe that's for the commission, back on the agenda in their exact form as they are tonight, with just the possibility that there will be other sort of oral representations and possibilities for the future discussed? Or are we envisioning like a package brought back with new and additional requirements? And are there different notice requirements, Director Haugen, if there are any proposed changes in conditions? Does any of this need to go back to any of the city's advisory boards? Is this something that essentially needs to be moved into 2022? You know, is there a longer period of time necessary for an extension? Realistically, if you're looking to get something done in 30 days, just from a pure process standpoint, assume something has to change because we're looking for something greater from the developer at this point.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Halliday, if I understand your question, what I'm hearing you ask is 30 days sufficient to meet with the developer and come up with another or additional conditions that may address some of the concerns that the applicants could have. Is that the essence of your question?
Yeah, I mean, I get that the developer could come in tomorrow and say, psych, there actually is a connection to Highway 12. Here it is. What I'm saying is if the commission is saying tonight, and I'm not saying that it is, but it sounds like it, this thing is not acceptable in the current form, and at least one new condition is going to need to be put on there somewhere. does that trigger any other requirements, whether it's notice and opportunity to be heard for the public, recourse to the zoning board, the planning commission, anything like that in the change of either our internal documents or the applicant's documents? I don't care what the condition is. I just want to know if that condition that triggers anything where we'd really be looking at sometime in January or later, where you'd actually get this all done in order to meet the steps of the process. I'm just trying to figure out the process. And does it all take place in 30 days? Or are we back here with ideas and thoughts and stuff, but there's another process hiccup for the commission to then deal with again in 30 days?
Now I better understand, Commissioner Halliday, now I better understand your question. I thought I did. Certainly let me start with the pre-zoning. Certainly for the pre-zoning, things aren't going to change. If that proposal would change, that would definitely require going back to the zoning commission. And we would have to publicly notice that. And we would not be able to make the December zoning commission meeting. So we would move on to January. Have the annexation, the commission can set whatever conditions that they want on the annexation. So that could, if things got worked out. If on the subdivision, if the findings of fact that the commission has, and if any conditions that staff would recommend at that point, if any of those conditions could not be supported by the findings of fact, we may have to go back to the planning board with the new findings of fact and conditions. So, so it'd be key to that without knowing. So I'm comfortable with the annexation. I'm comfortable with the pre-zoning. I would have to sit down, Eric and I would have to, or staff, to figure out what we may look at to change the conditions of the subdivision. And maybe we just focus on if there's additional information needed for the annexation. This is where I'm struggling a little bit. If that's, the commission feels that that is where some of this gets addressed, is through the annexation, and some of what we've been discussing this evening is annexation related, I think we could come up with a set of conditions, and it would be up to the commission to decide if we've addressed all the public comments. I don't know if that directly answered your question, but I did the best I could.
No, that's incredibly helpful. And I mean, I think it's something this commission needs to keep in mind because of the order and way this came up, right? We discussed sort of everything. And I don't know that this commission in sort of the current batch of information tonight is capable of really plucking and saying, well, this condition is relative to annexation, but this condition is, related to the preliminary plat, and this condition is, and that's where I get a little bit worried for the sake of the commission, right, and the City of Helena as a body. I agree with you. Attach all the conditions to annexation because that's this individual, this entity wants to bring its property into the city, and there are conditions that go along with it. But I understand that there are also legal considerations as to whether those conditions have a sufficient nexus, whether they should be tied to the preliminary plat. And so if there is that concern, that's where I'm just trying to drive at, that there'd be concern about that plat because that's the one with the timing issue for the city. I'm just putting it out there that I'm not sure that 30 days, I don't want to put your guys back up against the wall since we're basically waving our hands around and saying, we can't figure this out tonight. You guys go figure it out in 30 days for us. So to me, it's like, tell us right now if you need 60 because you got Mr. Barsh on the line. And he seems willing to work on this. So now would be the time to do it.
But he did say 30 days. So unless you don't want to be on the commission by then, that's all.
I already told you how I'm going to vote, Mr. Mayor.
This is the last comment, and then we'll move forward. Sussex, what saith you?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the only reason I'd suggested 30 days was because this commission is changing as of the 1st. However, I am open to having that go beyond that time frame. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to to think about what you guys are thinking, but I just knew that the commission was changing. So I am open that we spend enough time so that this is properly vetted. I have no problem with that at all.
Okay.
I would also mention, Mr. Mayor, that I actually did just chat with Mr. Zimmerman, and he's very open also to working with us on trying to create some solutions. And I think that that's very positive. So that, yes, whatever time that you believe we need, if we want to table this here for 60 days, you know, that's up to you, Commission, if that works for you or not.
Okay. Sussex is willing to work with us on that issue. So, Mr. Cook, so for process, what's the next step?
Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time we agreed to an extension with Sussex, did we do that through an additional new agenda item on a new city commission agenda? How did we do that?
So, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, normally we aren't agreeing to an extension during the course of a meeting. Normally it's outside the process. So that's why we handled that, because it is the commission who has to accept that extension request. We have a request on behalf of the developer to consider an extension of 60 days. I don't know if the mayor wants to take additional comment on that. And then I think we could be comfortable going ahead with the 60-day extension, but
I would turn it over to the commission. What say you? Commissioners, do you have any objections?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that you would need a motion to table and to accept the applicant's 60-day extension. I'll say I'm comfortable with that, though knowing that I will not be here in 60 days. But I also feel like I think we all want to get this right. If there is an opportunity to get it right with a little bit more time, you know, I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you.
But I'd be interested in what others think.
Mr. Mayor, I'll say, as someone who won't be here in 60 days, I'm comfortable with it as well. I've already told you how I feel about the current situation with it. And I'm willing to forego the opportunity to vote no on it, which I would be in 30 days. We wouldn't get anything done. And I'd be back here voting no again, because I do think that this development is good. And I do think we need this housing in the city. And I do think it needs to be a better product. And so I'm gonna forego the opportunity to say no on it and hope that in the process, the three of you who will be here and your fellow future commissioners are gonna figure out how to work with this entity to put in this needed housing in the city, but also address the concerns that have been raised. And it's not gonna be easy, but I'm hoping 60 days somehow helps.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any others? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I think we're okay.
Commissioner Logan.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just ask the question. So if I understand correctly, what we're needing to do is to table this item and then to consider an extension of 60 days?
Correct.
Does that jibe with everyone?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think it's accepting the 60-day extension.
Accept, okay. I'll try it.
Go for it,
Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, I would move to table a resolution of intention to annex into the City of Helena property described as Tract A on the certificate of service filed as document number 336-0858 and all of blocks 4, 5, 6, and 9 of the Highland Park subdivision, Lewiston Park County, Montana, and the rights of way adjacent to the property, and establish conditions for annexation. I would also move to accept the applicant's offer of an extension for 60 days to consider this.
Second.
Any final discussion? It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Halliday.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean. Commissioner Logan.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Loughlin.
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Okay. We'll move on to public hearings. Public hearings, Alpha and Bravo are the same, so we'll move on to Bravo. That is approve final passage of an ordinance that grant TDS Metrocom LLC a cable franchise and allow the company to construct, operate, regulate, and control a cable communication system in the Helena city limit. Manager Hollishaw.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. This is the second reading to approve at final passage the ordinance granting a franchise to TDS Metrocom LLC and allowing the construction of the systems and add another company into the cable and communication system in Helena. I'll also offer up directors, let's see here, Deputy City Attorney and acting tonight, City Attorney Eric Coate, if you have any additions.
Attorney Coates, do you have any addition to make?
I do. I have one comment or one item to bring to your attention. So in your copy of the franchise agreement in section 15.9, there is a date to be filled in for the expiration of this franchise. And currently it reads November blank 2031. What we are suggesting to change is to change that to December blank 2031. And here's the reason why. Pursuant to law, an ordinance is not effective until 30 days after passage. So in this case, if you approve this franchise, it really wouldn't, the approval wouldn't be effective until 30 days from today. And so in order for the franchise to truly be, or truly have a duration of 10 years, we need to adjust that date in section 15.9 again to read December blank 2031. That's the only addition I have.
Okay. Madam Manager, are you finished?
Thank you, Mayor. And we also have additional technical support from our outside attorney with Bob Dushan, who's also on as well. So thank you, Mayor and Commission.
You have the floor, Bob.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you. If I think Mr. Coate explained the reason for the change. We have been negotiating with TDS. We are supportive of the cable franchise that is now before you. This is a non-exclusive franchise, and it will bring additional competition to the marketplace in Helena. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have this evening. And by the way, I'm Bob Dushan, VP of River Oaks Communications, consultant to the City of Helena.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? I see none. Do we have any public comments on this topic? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I have no hands raised and I see no written public comment on this item.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, Mayor, I will move to approve final passage of an ordinance granting a franchise to TDS Metrocom LLC and allowing the construction, operation, regulation, and control of a cable communication system within the city of Helena, Montana, with the staff's recommended amendment to section 15.9, with the December blank 2021 date.
Second.
Any final discussion from the commission?
Just a clarification. Oh, sorry.
I think you're going to get it. Commissioner Dean, go ahead.
2031, right?
Yes, thank
That
you.
is correct.
Sorry.
Is that what you want, Commissioner Logan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Halliday,
Aye.
Commissioner Dean,
Aye.
Commissioner Logan,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Loughlin.
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And apparently we will now move on to, is there anyone from the public wishes to address the commission?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Are you going to address the other items on the agenda related to the West Side subdivision? Because we need to move through those and table those items as well.
Oh, okay. Yes, we will. Okay. Item C, consider denial or ordinance pre-zoning property described as Track A on a certificate of survey identified as document number 3360858 in all of blocks 4, 5, 6, and 9 of the Highland Park subdivision, Lewis and Clark County, Montana, as R2 and R3. Manager Hollishock. You have anything to add?
Nope, I do not. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I would move to table an ordinance pre-zoning property described as Track A on the certificate of survey identified in the document number 3360858 and all of blocks 4, 5, 6, and 9 of the Highland Park subdivision, Lewis and Clark County, Montana, as R2 residential and R3 residential.
Second.
Is any final discussion? It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I was having trouble with my mute button. Commissioner Halliday.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean.
Aye.
Commissioner Logan.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Loughlin.
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Item Delta, to approve, conditionally approve, or deny the request for preliminary plat approval made by ECO Development LCC for the West Side Major Phase Subdivision generally located west of the Hauser Boulevard and Granite Avenue intersection to set conditions of approval. Manager Hollisher, do you have anything to add?
I do not. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion. Go for it,
Mayor.
Commissioner Logan.
Oh.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll move to table the variance from section 12-4-2.c, the Helena City Code, allow each of the following blocks of the West Side Major Phase Subdivision to exceed 600 feet in length. Phase 1, Phase 2, or Phase 1, Levizy Avenue, Phase 3, Lee Drive, and Phase 3, Brakeman Avenue.
Okay, we were actually on Delta, but you went to Echo.
Whoops, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Quit.
Second.
She's right.
Oh, that's Delta.
No, you were reading Echo.
Nope, that's Delta, I think.
I'll second it, whichever item it is.
Oh, am I reading? Mine is
This is
Oh,
the
you're
block
from the
thing.
agenda. Okay, okay. All right. Mine's on the other one. It's not correct. Okay, is any final discussion? It's been moved and seconded, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Halliday.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean.
Aye.
Commissioner Logan.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Loughlin.
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Echo, to approve, conditionally approve or deny the request for preliminary plat approval made by ECO Development LLC for the West Side Major Phase Subdivision generally located west of Hauser Boulevard and Granite Avenue intersection and set conditions of approval. City Manager Hollishaw, do you have anything to add?
No, I do not. Thank you, Mayor.
I'll entertain the motion.
Mayor, I'll move to table the preliminary plat for the West Side Major Phase Subdivision.
Second.
Any final discussion? It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Halliday.
Aye.
Commissioner Dean.
Aye.
Commissioner Logan.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Loughlin.
Aye.
Mayor Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners and city employees. Okay. We're now at public communications. Is there anyone from the public wishes to address the commission? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I have no hands raised at this time. I would ask for some direction from you, Mr. Mayor. If you'd like me to read some additional public comment that was in the written record from earlier, that was not considered.
Go for it.
From those individuals that had not previously made public comment, I have Greg Olson, 42-year resident of 2660 Stewart Street. I am concerned that the developer has left out Stewart Street as a source of access for the development. There are 4 streets on the east side of the project, Knight, Hauser, Stewart, and Flowery, that are likely to get used extensively during peak times to and from work, to and from school, cars, and pedestrians. In my opinion, Knight, Hauser, and Stewart are the most likely as they are further north than Flowery. As proposed by Sussex, there would be no improvements to Knight, paving on Hauser from Park to Granite, and no improvements of Stewart or Flowery. If this project is to be approved, all of those streets should be upgraded at the developer's expense to ensure public safe access. Mr. Barch consistently cites the project as being a source of affordable housing. What are the current projected prices with those homes that Sussex considers affordable? Carolyn Truscott, my concerns remain the same as when a group of West Side residents met with Mr. Barch and his team this summer, and that is if the developer isn't willing to cut back the number of units built, address the safety issues of additional traffic and burdens to city water and sewer, or consider dropping cul-de-sacs, I am thumbs down for the whole thing. As I wrote to Mr. Barch, just because land can be developed doesn't mean it should be. Hannah Marin, Mayor and Commissioners, if another access point can't be done, then this development should not be done to this high of density to ensure safety and proper traffic concerns. Patrick Marin, Mayor and City Commissioners, the Parks Board, the Planning Board, and the Zoning Board have all denied the current plan. I ask that you respect the decision of these boards and deny the current plan. Thank you for your consideration. Patrick Marin, 2590 Knight Street. And those are the final written public comments from individuals that didn't previously get an opportunity to make public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we still have no raised hands.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any final comments from the commission? Manager Hollishaw, you've been pretty quiet. What's going on?
No comments, sir. Thank you for asking. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, this meeting is adjourned.